say, can you see by the dawn's early light was so proudly we hailed at the twilight's gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. Oh, the ramparts we walked were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular upon birds singing out, yeah, through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Welcome to Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show. Presented by the Barndominium Company and Resto Pros of the Midlands. Part of the Chief Sports Network. Go Gamecocks!
He'll be fire on the mountain.
Consecutive home runs for Carolina.
It is good. It's gone.
He's in. Touchdown. Williams with a throw to the plate.
He's going to score. It's a walk-off.
Touchdown, South Carolina.
All right, greetings and good morning. Welcome aboard and welcome home. Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show built by the Barndo Co. and brought to you by our friends at Resto Pros. There when you need them, Resto Pros of the Midlands, Resto Pros Midlands, SC.com. The Barndo Co. builds dream homes in South Carolina, where I am, in North Carolina, and you can head to the barndoco.com to build your dream home today. If you haven't had a chance to check out their website and you're considering moving or building in the future, that might be the first place you want to go. They're one of the nation's best builders, and they're Gamecock fans, and that should make all of you very happy. The barndoco.com. That's the golden tones of the great Mike Morgan.
What up, what up?
I am JB. We're here till noon today. Well, Mike's here till 11. I'm here till noon. And then you get, what do they call themselves? The clowns? Isn't that what they say they are? Okay. So Phil and JC at noon, right?
Yes, they don't literally wear like a red nose and big, clumpy shoes, but yes.
No, I don't. Not that I've seen. Ashley Chastain is nowhere near a clown, but softball did fall last night. She'll be here at 11 today. They've got Georgia this weekend in town, so we'll talk to the head coach and see if they can get bounced back against the Bulldogs, the top 15 program. Baseball wins last night, so they're 15-3, heading into conference play with Oklahoma coming in this weekend, and so we'll talk about that. Certainly, got Coach Lake on tomorrow, so we'll be able to preview that entire series. I got a hunch. You're going to see a little bit of a different look to the rotation this weekend. We'll know more here in just a little while. And then, of course, yesterday, Mike, very indicative of the entire season for Carolina basketball. They fall in close fashion up in Nashville to John Calipari in Arkansas, who did everything they could to lose the game in the second half. But South Carolina, a couple of missed layups and a couple of point blankers couldn't get them to go down to maybe give them the lead and try to ride that momentum into another upset. But the season is over, and you and I will spend plenty of time on that here in hour number one. We also have some football. There's a writer out there who thinks South Carolina and others could be the next Indiana. That's a good sign. So we'll talk about that too. But anyways, good morning, Mike. How are you?
Good morning to you. Hey, good morning to Frederick. I always love the way he greets us in the chat box every morning.
I want to meet him. Very nice guy.
I know. Next time we're on location, Frederick, you got a VIP pass. And we'll get you like a nice platter of wings from D's or something. I always love your montages, although very often they kick me off the air somehow. I haven't figured that out yet.
I know what it is.
I can't do my virtual background anymore because I don't know.
It's a cache thing. I had a problem with that on my old computer.
Yeah.
And it's more technical than we need to get into.
We'll tackle it another time. I had the Cobra Kai behind me today. I was all excited, and it's just my boring kitchen. But anyway, when I was listening, one of the things you spliced in there was the 5 consecutive home runs that the Gamecocks had against Georgia, 2006.
Yeah.
Which I notice is now up to 801,000 YouTube views. I wonder if the guy that posted that Cocky Talk, I think is his name or his handle, if he gets a dime off that.
Probably.
Yeah, I don't think he's around. Could you imagine if he got, now that you can monetize stuff, 801,000 views is not bad. He might get a little check on that. But the reason I bring that up is that yesterday somebody alerted me to this. Kansas baseball, in a game against Minnesota, hit 5 consecutive home runs to tie the record. Now, if you look at the other, it's happened 2 other times in the regular season. They're all just kind of like against ham and eggers, let's face it. Okay. There's always you feel like there ought to be an asterisk by a lot of those. There's nothing that is worthy of an asterisk what Carolina did against a World Series team in a super regional on the road with no wind to speak of at Foley Field.
Right.
So I'll still put that at the very, 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 very top of the most incredible onslaught of home runs in a college baseball game ever. The 5 in a row that the Gamecocks hit. Well,
and for those that maybe we have a lot of people in our fan base that weren't really fans then either.
Right. Gen Z crew, I guess, would be there.
Yeah, or too young, and for those that maybe only are able to see it in the grainy picture that it is on YouTube,
right?
Mike will back this up tenfold. I can 1,000,000%, 1,000,000,000%, I can guarantee it as much as I can guarantee anything. Not one of them was cheap.
No.
They were tattooed. And as a matter of fact, had Ian Paxton just maybe been on the juice, it would have been 6 in a row.
Yeah, his went to the warning track.
Yeah, it just died. He got a little top spin on it. Just kind of died at the wall.
Mm-hmm.
But those other 5, as you well know, I know when Smoke hit his, I thought, oh my gosh, I hadn't seen a ball hit like that. And then Disher comes up and said, yeah, I'll do you one better, and hit it over the trees in left center. I mean, it's just remarkable what happened.
Yeah, a couple cars got dented beyond those trees. If you've ever been to Foley Field, then you know that that's where everybody parks. Not everybody, but however many cars can fit in there. And a few cars definitely got dented off a couple of those home runs. But they went to left field. They went to right field. They cleared the scoreboard. They cleared the trees. It was still just unreal that I don't think you'll ever see that happen in a game of that magnitude again. But that made me think about that and the fact that you play a little snippet of it in the intro. But basketball, I watched. We were on, JC, Phil and I were on live when that happened. And at halftime, it was a 17-point Arkansas lead. And like, okay. And then like Carolina's done all year, they play hard, they fought back. You know, the quote I've used from the people that I know at Ole Miss when they describe Juice Wells, which is allergic to the big moment with Juice. Now, Juice was basically allergic to many moments at all. He didn't do a whole lot at Ole Miss, but not to pile on. This Carolina team, when you're good enough to stay in a lot of games, as they have, against really, really, really good teams, and I'm not putting Arkansas in that class, but most of the SEC is. Arkansas is going to be good enough to get in the tournament, and that's great. I don't think they're a great team. But then you watch this team, like, for example, there were 3 shots I counted when the game was tight and down the stretch where guys took open threes or jump shots and it doesn't hit the rim.
Yeah.
It's an air ball. It hits the backboard. That's just inexcusable. Like, I just don't understand that. Like, if you're a quality shooter at this level and you're open, if you miss it, that's okay. But the ball ought to be on the line and at least draw iron. And you see that. You see just guys dropping passes down low. You see Pringle missing a wide open layup. Like, just stuff like that has been the story of the year. For whatever reason, a lot of the big moments, this team just could not come through with this particular cast of players. And that's been the most frustrating part. It's one thing if you're so overmatched that you get blown out every game. That hadn't been the case. But when it came down to clutch time in the tight games, remember now the wins, for example, the Arkansas win was an absolute shellacking, right? Mm-hmm. That game was over before it started, theoretically. And then what was the other one? How close was the other one? Do you remember?
The other, well, they only played
the other win.
Oh, no, it was they beat Texas by.
That's right,
15,
by throttle
15 points.
Yeah. So I mean, so those moments when you're wide open, you take a big shot. If you miss it, you're still up 15. Like, it's not a lot of pressure. It's the pressure cooker moments. It's the Florida game where you're up a dozen points late and you just turn it over, play a game of hot potato. That's where this team just didn't have it. And next year there needs to be an alpha dog at the guard spot. There's only so much Boyles can do as a guy patrolling the paint. There needs to be an alpha at the guard spot, and we'll see if they're able to come up with one.
Okay, well, to your point, last year, who hit a lot of those shots? He's not there anymore.
Well, yeah, they're Talon Cooper,
right?
Yeah,
I mean, Talon Cooper, even if he didn't hit them all, he facilitated virtually everything.
100%. He was a clutch player.
Yeah,
yeah,
and that was the big. I think that's where they were missing the most this year. And look, you're right. I mean, there's, Nick Pringle. I don't know if he puts Vaseline on his hands or what goes on, but there's times where he just can't hold on to the ball. I disagree with some of the things that Jay Billis says when it comes to stuff off the court. Mm-hmm. I don't totally agree with a lot of his stances, but you really can't argue how good he is on the mic either. And he said so. He's not always perfect, Mike. I mean, you're a pro at this, so you can judge that better than me, and probably it'd be best to do it off the air. But he's not always perfect, but he is bold, and there's no doubt about that. Mm-hmm. And he said something yesterday that really, generally I don't ever get the feeling that Jay Billis is going to just butter up a bunch of stuff just to appease the crowd. That's just not him. And he made a comment, and you kind of take it with a grain of salt because you're like, oh God, that kind of sucks. But it is interesting. He was like, I don't know if I've ever seen a last place team better than South Carolina.
Yeah.
And and throughout the game, I mean, he was, the way that he talked about Colin Murray Boyles. I mean, he knows what it looks like to be an NBA player. These guys know. Yeah. They talk to all the scouts. They know what's going on. They know what's being said and what isn't being said, et cetera, et cetera. And, so in listening to that, it goes back to something that we talked about. I think it was yesterday or the day before. You can look at the record and think that this thing is just a total debacle and they need to shut the program down and close the bridges, et cetera, et cetera. But it's really not that far away. And, we saw an example of that last year. It was this team. And then we saw an example of that this year. It's Missouri and Vanderbilt, for instance. So you're talking about one now. I believe that they're going to lose Colin Murray-Boyle. So good, you got to figure out you can't replace him with one player. I don't think you're going to have to replace him with a couple. But the fix is there. The sport, whether we like it or not, we can argue back and forth about the transfer portal and when it should be open and when it shouldn't be open and how fair it is and how much it's destroyed the sport, et cetera, et cetera. And you've got a case in all of that. I've made all of them myself. But you can fix problems pretty quickly. And if you've got the money to do it, which South Carolina is going to have the money to do it, you really don't have to. It's not the old days, right, Mike, where you would go, oh my gosh, they're 12-20, and you include the tournament, they're 2-17. They're going to have to recruit their way out of this. We're 3 or 4 years away, and everybody sits on their hands and just enjoys the ride, and let's see what happens in 2028. That is not the case anymore. You can be excited about next year based on what they do or don't do in the portal. So, and you look, and you just said it a minute ago, not to get long-winded here, but you just said it a minute ago about being scared of the big moment and how many opportunities they had this year. Had they won 5 of those 6 games that they probably could have, or not probably, absolutely could have, but maybe probably should have won, they would have been on the bubble for anybody wondering, because they would have had all these top 5 wins, all these quad 1 wins, way more than teams like North Carolina. And they would have been, believe it or not, they would have been on the freaking bubble at like 6-12 in the SEC. So if you go out, I can bet your rear end they're looking for somebody who ain't scared of the big moment. There's no doubt about that. And it is a very fixable and solvable problem in short amount of time, much more so than before.
And here's the other thing, unlike football, where if you don't get your fair share of 4 stars and sprinkle in an occasional 5, you're not playing for big prizes.
Right.
You're just not.
Right.
9 times out of 10, you're not. In basketball, you don't have to have that. Look at the top 2 teams in the SEC right now. Look at Auburn and look at Florida. These are 2 teams that have Final Four written all over them. We'll see if it happens or if it doesn't. Now, Bruce always gets one undersized guard that is highly recruited, but a lot of teams are like, he's too small. And he goes to Auburn for Bruce, and he plays lights out. He loves the 6-foot guard, which, ironically enough, is about the size of Eli Ellis. Janai Broome, who could be the player of the year, and certainly he's the engine that makes them go. He's a transfer from Morehead State.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You look at up and down their roster, it's not full of a bunch of McDonald's All-Americans. That's not the way basketball teams are built. Florida, their top player, Walter Clayton, was a stud football player.
Right.
And so scouts are like, yeah, we like him as a DB. We don't like him as an undersized 2-guard. So what does he do? He goes to Iona, plays for Rick Pitino. Rick Pitino leaves for St. John's. He says, I'll go back home. I'll play in Gainesville and see how I can do. Then they have to move him to the point guard spot, which people said he's not a natural point guard. Well, now he's a first-team All-American. Alex Condon, that 6'11 Aussie that you see running all over the place and dunking on people, who could be a first-round draft pick. Yeah, his top offer was St. Mary's. They stumbled upon him at a foreign showcase in Vegas. Elijah Martin, he's a transfer from FAU. Mm-hmm. And the Thomas Houck kid is from some city in Pennsylvania, 20 minutes from the Amish, that nobody recruited him. That's how Florida got built. Not a bunch of blue chip All-Americans. That's how Auburn got built. So in basketball, unlike football, you don't have to lead the way in recruiting the guys with the most stars to build a power. Older is better. Get the right guys in the portal. Find a couple under-recruited players in high school recruiting, and you can be that good that fast.
Yeah. It's a great point. And smart basketball players is what you're getting at. What wasn't smart was the end of the game yesterday when the kid for Arkansas tried to miss the free throw.
Well, Cal told him. Cal told him to do it.
Why?
I have no idea. Cal is going to die on that hill. He's still trying to tell you that was the logical play, to miss on purpose to run time off the clock. But if you hit the free throw, you're up 4. The game is over.
The game's over.
Right. Cal just doubled down on it and said, no. This is what you got to do. You got to miss it. So then you run time off the clock, and it makes it harder for him to hit the 3. Well, if you're up 4, it doesn't matter if he hits the 3.
Yeah, well, two things there. Number one, we have seen heaves before that go in. Number two, Carolina had a timeout.
Right.
So
Yeah. I
if
know.
they
It
get the
doesn't make
rebound,
any sense.
yeah,
No.
you call timeout, you get a baseball pass and a prayer, and the game is tied.
Right. Right. Or you do like what a lot of coaches do. You throw that pass to midcourt, get the timeout, set up an inbounds play.
Right.
Eddie Fogler used to be the master of that. That's how the Travis Kraft win against Florida happened. If you go back to the late '90s, but anyway, yeah, that it made no sense. And Cal just the interview just like continued to describe his philosophy on that, and I'm just sitting there. I'm like, yeah, that still makes no sense.
No, I was, I don't know, but anyway, the original point of the entire conversation, the game yesterday summed up the entire season
It did.
for South Carolina. The score says it,
Yeah.
and that's all you really need to know. And they'll get to work, and I think they'll. I don't know, who knows? Who knows what you really can't predict. I have no idea, but I do think that they will get it turned around, and I do think they'll get it turned around in good fashion. Lamont Paris is a good basketball coach. This guy's a good basketball coach. I'm not saying that because I watch games. I'm saying that because I talk to basketball people who are like, he is a good basketball coach. And he's, now he's got to go out and sign some good players, and, the NIL dollars are going to go up and obviously, but here's the thing with that. Like, I hope the fan base, or anybody for that matter, anybody, and not just the fan base, don't want to sound like we're picking on the fans. Just because Carolina is going to have money doesn't mean that they're going to win the portal either. Everyone's got money. So you still have to be able to recruit, and, we'll see how it goes. But I mean, Mike, I would imagine, I guess I'll ask the question, I know you talk to sources very often. Those who had $4 and $5 million to spend last year, they're not just going to sit on that. They're going to say, well, we'll give them another $1 million or another $2 million or what. I mean, we have revenue sharing and all this stuff coming up. I get it. I understand that. But let's not bury our head in the sand. There are going to be ways around this. So anybody out there that was already spending a bunch of money, and they know that the South Carolinas and the Georgias and the LSUs and all these teams that maybe didn't spend as much prior are going to up the ante a little bit. They're going to go, yeah, we're not going to let that happen. We're going to spend more money ourselves.
Yeah, no doubt. But at least now you're in the last
game.
year you weren't even in the game.
Right.
I mean, you're the LaFew kid for Georgia. They're not in the tournament without him. South Carolina had him. The kid from Furman that wound up going to Auburn to just sit on the bench, South Carolina could have had him. Mm-hmm. There are others that it was simply we're not even in the financial ballpark.
Right.
Now you will be.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe South Carolina's never had a tradition since being in the SEC. The McGuire era, as we all know, is a whole different deal. But since being in the SEC, South Carolina's never had the most talented team, or maybe even the second most talented team, or the third most talented team. You don't have to, but you need to be somewhere at least in the middle. And if you give Lamont that type of talent, I have no doubt, to your larger point, that they will compete. They will make some more NCAA tournaments. But you got to have the horses, and this team did not have it. If you don't have a backcourt that can compete at this level, you're not going far. Mm-hmm. And that's exactly what happened.
Elsewhere in the SEC last night, if you happen to miss it, big win for the Longhorns. They beat Vanderbilt yesterday in game 2, 79-72. LSU, much just like South Carolina, their season is over. They were just hammered by Mississippi State. You can tell teams that still give a you-know-what and teams that don't. I think LSU had thrown in the towel. Carolina certainly had not, and neither did Colin Murray Boyles. Oh, my gosh, that guy, he's something. Oklahoma beat Georgia. So Oklahoma and Texas winning yesterday is a big deal. Mike, we'll take this segment a couple more minutes here. Lenardi updated his bracketology at 1:40 this morning. Vanderbilt is one of the last 4 byes. Oklahoma is one of the last 4 byes. He's got North Carolina as the last team in the tournament today, which I figured would happen. Now, if they get beat by Wake, maybe they don't make it in.
And if Texas wins, Texas could knock them out.
That's where I was going. Yep. And the Longhorns are the first team out. And Texas.
Wouldn't that be a pity?
Yeah.
The Tar Heels missed the tournament again.
And guess who Texas has to go through to get in?
A&M.
A&M.
Yeah.
They got A&M.
And they'll be an underdog, but it's a winnable game.
Yeah, no question.
No.
So, I mean, the SEC right now, again, back to a bold statement by Billis yesterday, not that this is breaking any news, but hearing one of the faces of college basketball come out and say it in the SEC tournament certainly is noteworthy. This is the best conference we've ever seen. And if Texas gets in, that will be 14 teams.
Yeah.
14
I don't think
of
you'll
the
ever
16.
see that again.
That's
I don't. No, it's insane. And again, it all got set up by November, December. I can't say that enough. When you dominate November, December the way no league has ever done it, then you make your March.
Mhm.
Those games that we all forget about now, they all set up where the SEC had incomparable metrics, so that a team that is 6-10, or 6-12 in the league, 7-12 if you include the tournament, can actually get in.
right.
I mean, I've had people that have reached out to me and they're kind of SEC haters. Like, wow, how could you get in the tournament if you're 3 games under 500 in your own league because of what happened in November, December?
right.
And the ACC used to get that benefit. Florida State had a team that went 6-10 and got in on an at-large. You know, it depends on what you do in the non-conference that allow, and this is where football could take a page and learn a damn thing. Study college football committee, understand what basketball understands, the non-conference slate, the strength of schedule. This freaking matters.
Yeah.
That's why we play these games.
Right.
So when a South Carolina football team beats Clemson in the final week, and then that Clemson team goes on to win the ACC, guess what? That 9-3 might be better than a 10-2, but the college football doesn't get it. It doesn't compute. They're not really good at this whole math thing, Jamie.
Dude, you are so – I mentioned something very similar to that earlier this week. I hope they're paying attention, and I 100% agree with that. If you're paying attention to the SEC tournament, it tips at 1. The Razorbacks and the Rebels on the SEC network. Arkansas is a 4.5-point dog in the ball game. We just mentioned the Longhorns and the Aggies at 3:30 or 25 minutes after the completion of game 1. A&M's a 6.5-point favorite in that one, and then you got the night group, Mississippi State and 21st ranked Missouri. The Tigers are 3.5-point favorites over Mississippi State, and then Oklahoma and Kentucky tonight at 9:30. Again, Oklahoma's in, and even with a loss, I think they're still going to be in. But a win over the Wildcats certainly would totally end that conversation. Kentucky's a 6.5-point favorite in that ball game. Mike, we got to hit a timeout. Take us to break.
Let's do it. Yeah, I was keeping up with some of the things going on in the real estate / mortgage world. As we know, it doesn't take long for some people in power to completely train wreck an economy. So we're trying to get this sucker back. And for the first time in a while, people can see some mortgage rates going down a bit. So that's good news. It's even better news if you've got Troy Branham on your side. Troy Branham of Golden Gate Mortgage has been helping South Carolinians for a few decades now, and he is ready to help you get into a lower rate because, as we all know, interest money is just wasted money. So give him a call today at 803-238-0111, 803-238-0111. What might not have been a good time to do 2 months ago, 2 weeks ago, might be a better time to do now. He'll lead you in the right direction. He's not going to lead you the wrong way, even if it means no business for him. Very honest and a guy you can trust. Troy Branham, Golden Gate Mortgage, 803-238-0111.
10:28. We'll hit a quick timeout, and we will be right back.
You don't have to be Scottish to enjoy South Carolina's most unique family festival, a celebration of Celtic culture. Tartan Days South, built by Culpeper Wood. Experience adventure, Highland games, music, dancing, animals, crafts, rides, a car show, and a parade. Kick off your weekend with a Celtic concert on Friday and a full day of affordable fun and festivities on Saturday at the historic Columbia Speedway, April 3rd through 5th. Get your tickets and more information at tartandaysouth.com. Your first visit won't be your last.
Charleston Fitness Equipment is keeping South Carolina in shape. Clients have come from all over the Palmetto State to find that one piece of equipment that they enjoy that keeps them looking and feeling good. Whether it's a home rower, treadmill, elliptical, free weights, a home gym, or something else, Charleston Fitness Equipment keeps the mirror smiling back at you. Get in shape like the Gamecocks do. Visit charlestonfitnessequipment.com. Gamecock owned and operated and proud partners of Inside the Gamecocks, the show.
Nana's Porch presents a Southern staple delivered right to your doorstep. Nana's Porch locally crafted pimento cheese has been a hit for years at weddings, tailgates, and other events. Now you can order online and have it sent to your home. Visit nanasporch.com. That's nanasporch.com and click the pimento cheese tab to choose between their original pimento cheese and their jalapeno smoked pimento cheese set. nanasporch.com, man, that's good.
Fans, Club Chief has arrived. Become a Big Chief Club member or a Big Chief Club Golden Gear member for exclusive access to our Nana's Porch chat box on Inside the Gamecocks The Show. Plus, you'll get access to our VIP tailgates, prize drawings, merch, and much more. A portion of your monthly membership goes to the Garnet Trust, supporting NIL at the University of South Carolina. Pull up your Chief Sports app and join on the home page. Thank you so much for being a member of Club Chief, and we look forward to meeting many of you very soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, here it is.
What's up, Gamecock fans? This is Ethan Petrie from Land O'Lakes, Florida. Go Cox.
It's a beautiful morning. I think I'll go outside for a while. Just smile. Just taking some clean, fresh air for no sense to stay inside. If the weather's fine and you got the time, it's your chance to wake up and plan another brand new day. Either way, it's a beautiful morning.
Yeah, that it is. There's no doubt. Welcome back. It is, I don't know what time it is, 10:30 on the morning show, the Golden Tones of the great Mike Morgan, myself, JB. I am obviously not in studio today.
Where are you exactly?
I'm in Maggie Valley, North Carolina. My family's got a house up here.
Okay.
So the kids have had a half day of school today and an off day tomorrow. And I'll be in Columbia a bunch coming up with baseball and all that. So this was the best time to get out of town. So here we are working on the road like you do often. Following in their footsteps.
And good luck with that. Those aren't always great footsteps to be in. But are you? I mean, are we hunting today? What are we doing? I see a lot of.
No. That's just.
Is there a
the
lake
mountain
behind you somewhere?
No.
Are you in a canoe?
No. That's just the mountains. But I'm gonna take the kids to do some of the things they like to do while we're up here. This is a trip for them, much less me, where I get to go hike and do the things, raft when it's warm and stuff like that. This is more about going to the bowling alley and the arcade and the casino, and going to Gatlinburg to the aquarium and those fun.
Okay,
things.
you're not far from Gatlinburg. Okay.
No, we're about an hour and 10 minutes away.
Okay.
Yeah,
I've done Gatlinburg. Yeah.
Yeah, it's if you go this way, you hit hit the Blue Ridge, and then you go north, and you're basically in Gatlinburg. So,
Okay. Very nice.
It's pretty easy. We'll probably go into Waynesville today and let the kids go to the Mass General Store, to the candy shop. Of course, they have one of those in Columbia now, so you don't even have to drive to Waynesville for a Mass General Store anymore, which is nice, but it's still pretty cool. Carolina baseball wins last night, 7-1. We're going to get to some football here in just a second, but quickly it tees up the weekend. Every SEC series that is going to be played will have a ranked team in it. In 4 of the 8 series, it'll be ranked v ranked. And you've obviously 12th ranked Oklahoma is at Founders Park this weekend. We'll get to that in just a minute. In addition to that, 11th ranked Texas is on the road. They're at the Dude, which I think is the best college ballpark in the country, playing Mississippi State. 16th ranked Vandy is on the plains of Auburn, and they've got the 25th ranked Tigers. 17th ranked Alabama is at 19th ranked A&M. Yep, A&M is still in the top 25, even with all those losses. 4th ranked Georgia hosts Kentucky. The Hogs, this is going to, what a series to open here. The Hogs are in Oxford, a 3-13 matchup. Missouri is at LSU. You could say LSU got the easiest draw of the opening SEC weekend draws, if you want to make that argument. But the top-ranked Tigers will welcome the not-ranked Tigers of Missouri. And then you got a top 7 matchup. Florida is in Knoxville, and that is going to be hot and heated up there. Tennessee might be ranked number 2, but I'll be honest, they look like number 1.
17-0.
Yeah, and they've hit like 50 home
runs
runs or something in like 20 games. It's something outrageous. And then here come the Gamecocks, Mike, at 15-3, and they'll host the Sooners this weekend. Every time I see Oklahoma, and of course this is the first time that they're playing as SEC foes. They've only played 5 times ever, and I think the Gamecocks are 4-1 in the series all time. I'll have to check my notes. I know we'll get it today from Kent. But the last two, so they played them in Omaha, if you remember, in 2010, and they lost that game, and then they would bounce back to beat them. They also played them up in Wilmington you called the game. I think it was 2007. Remember when they opened the season in Wilmington, Mike, that little tournament up there? Was that 2007 or 2008? It was.
No, that I can't remember. Yeah, that I can't remember.
But we beat the Gamecocks, beat them there. And then the two that really stand out were the Super Regional in 2012 when South Carolina was making their trek back to Omaha for the third straight time. And whatever people certainly, I think it was 5-0, 5-1. Gamecocks controlled the series and moved on. But the standout moment of the series actually had to do with was when it was over. Does anybody remember Sonny Galloway on national television gloating about this is it right here. This is where we want to be. This crowd, this team, this environment. This is the pinnacle of the sport. I mean, if the head coach, Mike, was overwhelmed with the atmosphere, I would imagine the players maybe were a little bit overwhelmed with the atmosphere as well. And we'll see if maybe some of that can return this weekend when the Sooners. This is a huge opportunity for Carolina to really get on the map.
Sonny Galloway was a strange bird, man. He wound up taking the Auburn job.
Yeah, didn't work.
And I remember somebody on the board for Auburn, I won't say who, actually asked me who I would recommend. And I said, Jim Tolman. I said, if you don't hire Jim Tolman, it's a mistake. He'll recruit right away and get you the kind of players you need. And he said, I think Jim Tolman would be a great choice. He got talked out of it by somebody else. They hired old Sonny. It completely blew up, and Sonny wound up suing Auburn for firing him.
Yeah.
Could not have gone worse. Could not have gone worse. But I would have loved to seen Storm get an SEC opportunity. Sometimes life isn't fair, and obviously it didn't happen. But Oklahoma, like I did a game there years ago, and I couldn't believe just how outdated their ballpark was. And so that's what Sonny was talking about. I mean, there was no buzz in the crowd. It was just not, I think they've improved that quite a bit since. I haven't been there in several years, but it's a good program and they've been successful. And of course they bring a number 12 ranking in. I would expect good crowds, good weather. SEC Open. It's a new season. This is where you start making your postseason reservations if you can have success in what is, once again, stop me if you've heard it before, the top conference in college baseball.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think South Carolina is going to kind of show you that they're planning to start fresh, if you will. I do think that that the rotation is going to look different. Pardon me, Mike. You don't want to ever cough into a mic, as you know.
No.
Got the good headsets on here. Don't want to have to replace the.
That's right.
But I do think they're going to roll out a little bit of a different rotation this weekend, and I do think they're ready. I think with this,
so they got to hit, Jamie. I mean, that's the thing. No matter what they do with that rotation, they've got to hit.
Oh, there's no question about it, and that's been the bugaboo. It's been spotty at best. I would call it through 18 games. But I also will say this: they are 15, and I had them at 16-2 going into this thing. They're 15-3 because they got swept by Clemson. So, you know, if things continue to, I mean, they're going to have to scrap and claw to win games, and they will win their share of games in the SEC. But they're going to have to win some big games. There's no question. This is a very important series because of what lies next on the road, and you got to go to you got Arkansas, you got Tennessee coming up. I mean, this is so it's a big series, but they are 15-3 going into it. You know, they're not having to go in and do something totally remarkable just to have a good season here. They are set up for one, but they're going to have to start taking care of business. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah,
but it's big weekend.
I mean,
I think Saturday, by the way, might be a double dip. Sunday's looking.
Oh, is
rough.
it looking bleak?
Yeah, it's looking rough.
Yeah, I mean, look, they're not Missouri, so they haven't train wrecked their season. But by the same token, they don't have signature wins yet. So
No.
I mean, they've got to do something here if you want to talk about a team that's going to be in the postseason. You don't want to start off getting swept at home, for example, in your first conference series. And I think they'll play better. Look, I think this is a team that is like most teams that have gone through a transition. They're not playing their best baseball in February and early March. Typically, they improve over time, and that's what I would expect from this team. The question is going to be, is this a lineup that is just so limited that they can't overcome it?
Right.
That you put so much stress on that pitching staff that they have to be nearly flawless in order to win games where you struggle to score more than 2 or 3 runs in league play. And I think time will tell how that's going to shake out. We know it's not the most formidable lineup that's come through Columbia. You've got one stud, and you got a lot of guys figuring it out. And you hope that they figure it out sooner rather than later.
Yeah, there's no question about that. Stu will be here tomorrow, and he and Derek will be home. Basketball's over, so it'll be Stuart and Derek moving forward with Carolina baseball. 7:00 first pitch at Founders Park, 6:45 airtime. We always like to promote the radio, as you know, but you can watch it on the SEC network. Dave will have it there, and I think Grayson's tomorrow night. I can't remember if it's him or Kip, but I think it is Grayson. But him and Kip will be in throughout the season. Did you see the column on ESPN titled from Adam Rittenberg, "Next Indiana or Arizona State"?
I did not.
Interesting.
But you mentioned, you kind of teased it at the top that Carolina is one of the teams in there.
Yeah, Carolina is. So here are the teams, and I'm not going to read everything that Adam wrote about each one of these programs as far as the why. But here are the teams that he basically has. It's 7 teams. He says that meet the criteria and could rise all the way into the college football playoff contention this fall. Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but Carolina was in college football playoff contention last fall, right? Just to be clear on that. Illinois, Texas Tech, who finished 8-5 last year, Georgia Tech, obviously the Gamecocks, as I mentioned, Iowa State, who went 11-3. And then the last 2 here are probably going to be the biggest, maybe including Georgia Tech, the biggest eye rolls or eye openers. Colorado, who I'm pretty sure just lost their quarterback and their best player, and North Carolina, who just hired Bill Belichick and hasn't played a game yet underneath him. What do you think about that list?
It's kind of all over the place. There's going to be plenty of hype on Carolina this year, and 90% of the people hyping the team won't know a single player other than Lenoris Sellers, Dylan Stewart, and maybe Nick Harbor. If you said, okay, name me a 4th guy. I don't know. Lenoris is good, though. That's going That's how a lot of these lists are done. You fall in love with a couple of players, you base it on some success the year before, and boom, they're one of your teams to look out for. I don't know if they really did a deep dive on what kind of depth is going to be on the offensive and defensive lines. What is the linebacking core looking like? Probably not. Probably not. But no, there's going to be a high level of hype on Carolina that we haven't seen in a while, quite frankly.
Well, I think the difference too in all of and I haven't gone with a fine-tooth comb through every one of them, but you just said it a minute ago when we were talking about basketball. It's the same conversation every year. There's nothing to freak out about if you're in the SEC, but it's the schedule. Okay, who is North Carolina going to have to run up against this year? Who is Colorado having to run up against this year? And you're talking about a Gamecock team. Like, I feel like part of the list is built on hype and part of the list is built on talent. And I like North Carolina could be in the conversation. Maybe. I have no idea. I really don't know. I would have never put them in that list if it was me. But if they were to be in the conversation, if they had to run through this gauntlet, I don't think they'd be anywhere near that conversation.
No. That's why it's always easier to pick teams from those other leagues to have a breakthrough season, because the path of least resistance is going to be in their favor, whereas this could be a really good Carolina team and still go 7-5.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's not inconceivable, right? You look at that schedule, and I like the way it sets up early, though.
Oh, no question.
I really do. And I've always been a proponent. If you give me the choice, do I want to have the more difficult schedule in the first half or the second half? I'll take the second half every time.
Mm-hmm.
Let my guys get some confidence, get everything rolling, work in the new players. Then we should be at our best for the second half of the season. I don't like going right in and just facing murderer's row and getting beat up and pummeled early on.
No,
if I don't have to.
Well, and I don't think that. I mean, there's some programs who can sustain that. South Carolina's just not one of them.
Right. If you're Georgia, then you're out there scheduling a bunch of difficult games early, and you're okay with playing Alabama early, and that's fine. If you're Georgia, that's been a long time coming under Kirby Smart, and they're now a national power. There's very few schools that are under that umbrella.
So he doesn't have Ole Miss on this list. Is it because they lost Jackson Dart?
Oh, they lost Jackson Dart. They lost their top 3 receivers. They lost their running back. Now they're a portal program.
Right.
Now they have a quarterback that they've been high on who's been sitting there in the wings. They missed on a couple of wideouts that they really wanted. The wideout from Georgia Tech, everybody wanted, including Ole Miss. They did not get him, but they got some good. We went over on the Love Chevy driver on the SEC yesterday. I was reading this article from CBS Sports on the most enticing transfers, and Ole Miss has got a few of them. In fact, and they've got, what they do is they don't necessarily develop a lot of wide receivers. They just go cut a check and get them in the portal.
Mm-hmm.
And defensively, I mean, when they got Walter Nolan, that was a difference maker. Like they didn't groom him, they didn't recruit him, but they wrote a big check and they got him. And then the kid, the Prince kid from Florida, another one to help bolster that defensive line. So they're a complete portal program at this point. And maybe. Yeah, the fact that they lost all those guys and Jackson Dart was already kind of a proven commodity who just happened to have a very good year and is likely to be a first-round draft pick. So a lot of people are going to say, yeah, Ole Miss, that was a great story last year, but I expect them to take a step back. In fact, I would think there's going to be some people that say the same thing about Carolina.
Yeah.
And some might even say Alabama is going to be, they might take another step back. If they do, their coach could get fired. But the 3 9-3 teams, you either are buying stock that, okay, that was just the tip of the iceberg. Now they're going to fight for 10-2. Now they're going to fight for 11-1. Or you believe, yeah, a lot of things had to go right for those teams to go 9-3. They lost some key players. They got some breaks, and now they're going to take a step backwards.
So I think, by the way, I missed a criteria of this. So the criteria for this conversation was no college football playoff appearances, no conference titles in the past 10 years, which Ole Miss falls into both of those categories, but winning percentage below 550 during the 4-team CFP era. I'm pretty sure Ole Miss is above 550. So they probably would be disqualified from the conversation. But to the Gamecocks point, so right now you've got I'm talking about from a national media perspective, Mike, not ours. We talk about it every day. And just a generalization across the country of college football fans. You've got over-unders at 7.5, which is 2 wins higher than it was last year. But you also, and they started back in January, have all these preseason rankings and preseason top 10, top 15. I've got South Carolina at 9. I've got them at 11. I've got them at 13. So there's a lot of hype. You want to know what I think is going to put a little bit of a dent into that?
What's that?
April. It's called the NFL Draft. And I think that it's going to change the I'm not saying that it should, and I'm not saying that Shane Beamer's football team is going to be worse than they were last year or better. I'm not talking about it on the level that we talk about it on a day-to-day basis. I am talking about, I don't think that a lot of people actually realize how much talent will be entering the NFL draft and will be drafted in that thing this year for the Gamecocks, in particular on defense.
Right.
And I'm not saying that Carolina can't replace it and hasn't replaced it. That is totally not even remotely close to the conversation I'm having here. What I am having is the conversation about the surface level view that you get from all the people that do all of these things, with the exception of the Phil Steeles. So while everybody will look at this and they'll talk like this article today, oh, well, Carolina could be one of those 7 teams that becomes the next Indiana, which, by the way, give me the cupcake schedule and we'll be Indiana all day long. But aside from that, I think if they look up and there's 10 players that go in the NFL draft and they're like, oh my, wait a second here. There's no way they're getting anywhere near. They lost all that. This is piddly old South Carolina. They can't replace 10 draft picks. That's impossible. I think it'll start to temper a lot of that stuff.
No, you might be right, because I think absolutely a lot of people are going to get sticker shock when they see how many Gamecock defensive players get drafted.
Yeah, that's a good term for that.
Yeah. There's, oh, wait a minute. I knew about Dylan Stewart, right? He became a household name after Kentucky. Didn't take long for that kid to get the shine. And I knew about Eamon Worry because more and more people saw him making huge plays, and they heard about the ridiculous combine. But it's going to be those other players like, oh, shoot, I didn't know they also had, oh, that guy was good too? Oh, yeah. Oh, who's this TJ Sanders guy? I didn't know much about him. So, yeah. But, I mean, I look at it, Jamie, I can't see a scenario where Carolina's worse than 4-1 through the first 5 games. Then you get a bye week, and then you go to Baton Rouge. By then, maybe Lenoris gets even more shine, puts up some flashy numbers, some highlight plays, which he's more than capable of doing. And then it's Sellers versus Nussmeier. It's Carolina versus LSU. It's a rematch of one of the most exciting SEC games a year ago, marred by some officiating. That's been well documented. The hype on that game, that has ABC written all over it. And it's going to be immense. Because both those teams will have a nice little number next to them, right? Nationally ranked, I would envision.
I think, but the question, you said 4-1. The question is LSU 4-1, because they've got in their first 5 road trips to both Clemson and Ole Miss, and they also host the Gators.
Right. That's a great point. Yeah, that's a pretty brutal stretch.
Yeah.
They got a couple of cupcakes mixed in, La Tech and Southeast Louisiana. And then they've got at Clemson, Florida at home, at Ole Miss. There's no bye weeks, by the way, until the Gamecock game. Both teams will be coming off a bye. But you're right. I mean, if they lose 2 of those, then they might be completely kicked out of the top 25. But if they go 4-1, and Carolina's either 4-1 or 5-0, that's got just blockbuster written all over it. I'm looking at the schedule.
Mm-hmm.
I've already got this sucker printed. I'm ready. I'm ready, folks. See, take camera 2. If you look at it, that game is on October the 11th.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Texas, Oklahoma, we know ESPN's going to fall in love with that. That game will certainly be on ABC as well. Alabama at Mizzou.
Yeah, Georgia at Auburn that week too.
Georgia at Auburn and Florida at A&M. Wow, that is a hell. Even Arkansas, Tennessee. Like there's some really good games that weekend.
Yeah.
So that it won't be the only hyped game, but it'll have a lot of hype surrounding it, no doubt. If you can get both teams at least 4-1, and look, your average Joe tuning, the way you get a big number in the ratings, and this is what the TV folks care about, and you kind of should too, because you want to be on ABC. You get ridiculous exposure. It helps the program, it helps you become a brand, all that stuff. They know that most people tuning in can't tell you the too deep, right? They don't know the starting left guard for either team, but what they know is the quarterbacks, and they know Lenore Sellers, and they know Garrett Nussmeier, and that's enough to sell that game. That's
very
enough to
good point.
That's must see TV.
Well, so if you want to have that conversation, you those two. Yeah, I mean, it could be the best quarterback matchup in the league that week. We'll see about.
We don't even know who Alabama's quarterback is going to be.
No,
right?
And we'll
now,
see.
Florida, Texas will have Arch and Lagway.
No,
that's the wrong week. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Florida A&M, no. Missouri, Alabama,
Texas
no.
will have Arch Manning, and Oklahoma will have Mateer, right?
Yes, but we don't know what Mateer is going to be yet. I mean, we assume he's going to be good, but we don't know.
But you look at it today, this is the best quarterback matchup that week.
I agree. I agree. And that sells. That sells. Oh, by the way, if it's a night game at LSU,
let's not do that. Let's do 11 a.m.
I know you don't want LSU in that. For those making the trip to Baton Rouge at night brings out a different type of fan. Let's just say.
let's look. The 12 o'clock
window
have a nice
on
noon
ABC kickoff there.
Yeah. The 12 o'clock window is awesome. I'm a huge fan.
Great.
You know, let's go back to that.
Get in there early. Sun is shining bright.
Especially when you're on the road, I'd rather get up and watch the game than get up and wait all day for the game. So,
well, I'm the same way. People knock 12 o'clock games. I love them.
Yeah, let's get going.
Let's get going. Yeah. Watch some game day and then kick that sucker off.
Maybe game day. No, game day won't be there. They'll be at the Red River Shootout. You can plan on that right now.
Yes, correct. That's a pretty much a certain. If they're going to be at an SEC venue, that's where they'll be.
Yeah.
Couldn't tell you who's playing in the Big Ten.
Time flies when you're having fun, Mike. We got to get out of here, but we'll let you take us home.
Yeah. Hey, speaking of must-see events, ABC will not be carrying this. The 12th annual Tartan Day South Celtic Festival. TV doesn't have it. You got to go there in person, which I think you want to do. Starts off with a kickoff party Thursday, April 3rd at Steel Hands Brewing. Friday the 4th, you've got the Celtic concert at the Ice House Amphitheater. And then Saturday the 5th, the main event at the historic Columbia Speedway in Casey. Saturday tickets just $20. They're free for adults 12 and under. It's a lot. We had a lot of fun with this last year. It's something that's completely different than anything else, but really, really neat. Everything from the saber toss, which is flipping a large tree 19 feet long and 190 pounds. The hammer throw. I could see you doing some damage on the hammer throw, Jamie. Get some of that aggression out of your system. Sheepdog herding. That's really more up JC's alley.
Yeah, big time.
Birds of prey and falconry. I like to say I'm pretty good on the falconry part of the equation. Got a classic British car show featuring over 120 classic British cars. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of tradition and history. Again, 12th annual Tartan Day South Celtic Festival. For more information, go to tartandaysouth.com, tartandaysouth.com. Some of our listeners last year brought the family, had a blast. Welcome you to do the same.
I think Phil wore a kilt to that last year, didn't he?
I think Phil should wear a kilt every day. I mean, seriously, that is a man that was tailor-made to wear dark shades and a light kilt.
Whatever works, man.
Whatever works.
Whatever works.
Hey, look forward to the interview coming up with Coach, and have a great rest of the show.
You got it, brother. Appreciate you as always.
You got it.
Ashley Chastain will lead off hour 2. We are powered by Electric Bikes of Charleston, electricbikescharleston.com. The morning show will be right back.
Mike here for my good friend Troy Branham of Golden Gate Mortgage. Let's face it, it's been a rough go for mortgage rates the last couple of years. And now more than ever, you need someone on your side to get you the very best possible rate on a new mortgage or a refi. That's where Troy comes in. 27 years of experience working for you. Conventional, FHA, VA, USDA, renovation, rehabilitation loans, all doable with my man Troy Branham of Golden Gate Mortgage. And when I say doable, I mean the best possible rate that's out there. It's a phone call that can literally save you thousands of dollars. 803-238-0111. 803-238-0111. You can also check out the website ggmortgage.com.
The Aventon Adventure 2 takes the same basic design as the original Aventon Adventure, making it an adventure bike designed to take you places that typical roads just don't reach, allowing you to ride whatever terrain you want based on your whims of the day. Look at what you're getting. Hydraulic disc brakes, torque sensor for responsive pedal assist, great LED lighting, suspension, a beautifully welded frame with excellent build quality, included rear rack, included fenders. The list just keeps going on.
Visit electricbikescharleston.com for more.
When you bundle home and auto, good things can happen. You get a local agent who can help you choose the right coverage for you at a price that's right for you.
Call State Farm agent Tony Pope today.
Hey Gamecock Nation, my name is Kyle, longtime listener of the show and avid golfer. I wanted to take my game to the next level, but let's face it, golf is a hard game to learn on your own. I heard the ad from McKellar Enterprises and reached out to the owner and former Gamecock golfer Meredith Taylor. In just 2 months of working with Meredith, I shot my lowest round ever, and I've never felt more confident in my golf game. So if you're looking to take your game to the next level, go to McKellarEnterprises.org and book your lesson today with former Gamecock golfer Meredith Taylor. Go Gamecocks.
Think about that old ride of yours. The carpools, the road trips, the heavy hauls, date nights, and the dings and the dents and sticky spills and cracker crumbs, and that smell that really never goes away. Do you really want to start the new year in the same old ride? Or is it time for a fresh start? Now's the time for incredible New Year's savings at Love Chevrolet on the entire lineup of award-winning vehicles. Love has more new Chevys on the lot than any other dealer in the Midlands, in the color, style, features you've been looking for. With New Year's savings and Love's famous low price guarantee, your new ride in 25 will be invigorating, exhilarating, and affordable too. South Carolina's #1 volume Chevy dealer, I-26 at Harbison, and online at lovechevy.com. Together, let's drive.
That's the power of love. Love Chevy.
When you bundle home and auto, good things can happen. You get a local agent who can help you choose the right coverage for you at a price that's right for you.
Call State Farm agent Tony Pope today.
This is my dirt.
Welcome back to Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show. Presented by the Barn Dominium Company and Resto Pros of the Midlands. Hour 2 starts now.
Yeah, I'd hate to be the first to sell. This is my dirt, these are my fields, where I harvest what I plant. That little pond, I catch bluegill. I built that barn with my 2 hands, where I raise my babies, a piece of me. Now this ain't just a piece of land. The money be great, but I can't part ways with a life that works. Can't put a greenback dollar on what it's worth.
There it is, hour 2, Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show brought to you by Gamecock Traditions, GamecockTraditions.com. You can have it shipped to your doorstep, or you can go shop one of their 2 locations in the Midlands, in the Village at Sand Hill, or out in Lexington. Gamecock Traditions, where you can get your Carolina softball gear in time for this weekend's top 15 matchup, basically, between Georgia and South Carolina, and backed by popular demand is the head coach of her Gamecocks, Ashley Chastain. Hey, Coach.
Morning. How are you?
I'm good. Sorry if we've got backlight here. I'm actually traveling, and so my face isn't as pretty as it usually is. So I apologize for that.
That's okay. I'm actually in my office right now, and clearly I need some decor. I just realized I was like, man, I need a better setup in here. So I get it. It's okay.
You've been busy since you've been in town.
Yeah.
They need that. The university needs to hire like an interior decorator for all the coaches.
I know that would be really nice. That would be definitely something that would take some stress off the list. If I could just have a designer to, take care of everything, that would be great.
maybe that's going to be Coach Tanner's job moving forward. He doesn't have anything to do.
We could talk to him about it. He might take us up on it.
Hey, I don't know. He might have jinxed you last night. He fell short of a 7th inning rally. He was up there in the booth with Brad. I don't tell him I said that. He won't like that. But you loaded the bases, had a chance there at the end, and Ella Chancey hit a screamer at the shortstop.
Yeah, we definitely won't tell Coach Tanner that, because I want him to come back and do the broadcast for as many games as he's available for. So we won't make him feel like he was the problem, because he definitely was not, Yeah, last night was tough. Definitely not what we were expecting. We were expecting a really good Coastal team, because if you look at, just the start of their season and the success they've had, definitely was not surprised. I think they're around, mid-20s in the RPI. They've got some Power 4 wins on their schedule. We knew that their starter was going to be really good. Their lineup is good. Keith is one of the best in the country when it comes to power, who was in their 2-hole last night. So we were expecting a good Coastal. I just, was not expecting obviously the performance that we had. And, we just a little too late there at the end offensively, and, didn't start the game super well in the top of the first. And, just things didn't go our way. And, again, I felt like maybe a little bit of carryover from the weekend. This weekend at Oklahoma was really tough. It was really tight, 3 games, very emotional. And I felt like maybe we were still a little bit in a lull from the weekend, which was disappointing from everyone, by the entire team. But we had a good conversation after, the game last night, just about, expecting more of ourselves and, doing things better from the start, and just really having a great practice today and approaching, game 1 of the series this weekend a lot differently than we did last night.
Yeah, well, you know who you are. That game last night isn't anything indicative of who you are or aren't. It was just a game that you lost. That's going to happen.
Yeah.
Going back to that series this weekend, it's well, you talk about respect. You were in the game. You had the lead, and y'all 3 1-run games, as you just pointed out. Mm-hmm. Move up in the rankings this week, getting swept on the road against the top program in the country. Did you learn anything about your group that you didn't already know going into that series?
We learned some things internally, just about, some strategy things. I think we're still very much learning some matchup opportunities and, just some things like that. I mean, I think we internally expected to be really competitive all 3 games.
Yeah.
Oklahoma has become the standard of the sport. Like, that's kind of where they're at right now, in college softball. And so we expected, a really tough environment. There were 4,000-ish people there for all 3 games. The environment was really tough, and it definitely felt like a super regional environment. I thought it was an awesome opportunity for us to be able to compete just on the road in that feel. I think that's going to really fare well for us, in postseason here this year. So, we beat ourselves a couple times, especially in game 1 and 2. I mean, we had an incredible amount of free passes, unfortunately, that we gave up in games 1 and 2. If you followed along, I mean, we just, in high leverage moments, we put a lot of runners on. And so the damage was just really big at times, which is, obviously really hard to come back from. You just put yourself in a hole. And, kudos to our offense. I mean, I gave them a lot of credit all weekend because, they just kept scoring and really kept giving us a chance to stay in the game. I think we learned that defensively, we always have to be super solid there because there were outs to be had that we didn't make, and then the damage happens, so, we communicate a little bit better on some balls in the air. We make some catches and take some of those runs off the board because, you give them a little bit of momentum and then all of a sudden the damage is done with some free passes and some, balls that we could communicate better on in the air, make some catches. And so we just had a lot of those conversations. I mean, we were definitely disappointed not to be able to squeak by, the series or at least a win from the series, and so the expectations are high, the standards are high. And so there's just, a lot of, disappointment when you don't come through. So it's a fine line maintaining, those expectations, those standards, expecting to win all the time. And then also learning from when you lose of sometimes you just get beat, we believe that sometimes the matchup didn't go your way and you just get beat. And, that might've been game 3 of the series at Oklahoma. It was a tight game, 2-1. It was very different than the first 2 games. They put out a fresh pitcher from, the bullpen, and I thought she was the best arm that we saw all weekend. So they had, a bullet that they hadn't used yet. And I felt like she just beat our offense really fair and square, which again, sometimes that happens. But really kind of going back to the first 2 games of this series, I felt like we beat ourselves and just some opportunities for outs to be had, and we didn't make them, and definitely from a pitching side, internally, we are working to, not put people on in high leverage moments because, that's, just really tough. It's tough to win like that. So just working through that internally, trying to keep them in, a really good mindset, keep them up. And like you said, it's not really who we are. And, making sure that we stand strong on the foundation that we've built, the identity that we have, so that losses don't shake that, I think is a really good way to describe as a staff, where we're trying to keep the team.
Yeah, y'all have already proven who you are. There's no question. You mentioned the 4,000 plus people in the stands. Now we have to make sure that this is understood. That is the pinnacle right there. I mean, that's this isn't everywhere. Although I know that you would love it to be everywhere because that's you. You're Ashley Chastain, softball Ashley Chastain. You want this sport. You want to see that. But it isn't like that everywhere. How many outside of Q, because you played at Oklahoma, how many of your players had ever been in an environment like that?
I'm going through their roster. I think that's probably the biggest crowd that they have played in front of for sure. Outside of Q, who going back there was a lot of emotion for her in that. And I thought she handled it well. I don't think you saw quite the same spark offensively that we had from her leading up into the series. And, so, she kind of worked through that emotionally, and the fans in the crowd were very gracious to her. There was a lot of support behind her coming back there. There was no hard feelings on that. But yeah, outside of Q, I think it was a first for everyone on the team of just, being in that volume. Fun fact, I took a tour of their facility right when we got there Thursday before we practiced. They were gracious enough to let us just kind of walk around and just see the spaces that they built and the design of the new stadium. Because, again, being the standard, it's we're trying to just figure out, we're trying to create that here in Columbia. So we took a tour of their facility, and, the director of operations told me that the average age of a ticket holder that's attending a game at OU is 72 years old, and so they just have this niche of support of people that, show up to the games every single day, midweeks, weekends, all the time. And their crowd, their support is, it's just an older generation. It's really a cool environment. And it was really cool to see. And it was loud, just the pure volume of the number of people on top of the field was really loud. So, we worked through that. We believe you always play to the level of your communication. So you rise or fall to the level that you communicate once the game starts. And, there was definitely extra effort put into, communicating just because it was such a big, loud environment. But outside of Q, it was the first for everyone. And I think it'll fare well for us in the future.
Yeah, I agree. 100% agree with that. I mean, once you get into it and you get used to it, then you start to thrive on it. You want to see more of that, right, Ashley? I mean, you've been there.
Yeah.
Real quick here on that's interesting that they kind of let you go around and look at the facility and with the tour and all that. Were there any specifics that you took out of there that you thought, ooh, that's something we don't have that we would like to have?
Yeah, there's a ton of spaces in their stadium, they just have a lot of square footage, they have a lot of space that they built and they're working with, in like an equipment room, team space, they have areas for the team to really come into the stadium every day and just have a really great experience, whether it's a recovery room, a team area where it's just kind of a loungy hangout area, an actual locker room, a lot of recruit space, a lot of place where you can bring in recruits and their families and, there's space that's designated for them. A lot of hospitality space for ticket holders and, all of the fans that show up, and want a great experience. And fun fact too, they also at the softball stadium there at Love's Field, they have the largest suite on campus at the softball stadium. Yeah, they're really proud of that. I thought that was really neat and really cool. They have a suite up in the press box and is the largest suite on campus for support and boosters and donors. So I thought that was a really cool space. We got to see that and, just trying to, get a feel for, okay, that's the future. That's what we're working for. And it's just really good for us to see it and, to get some ideas and, just be exposed to it, I think is really important.
All right, help me out here, Ashley. This is a good time to remind everybody, you can go to GamecocksOnline.com and join the Diamond Club.
Mm-hmm.
And we can have these things in Columbia, or Ashley and her team can have these things in Columbia too, right?
Yeah, that's a really good point. And I just have to say, we have had so many new members and so many new people interested in supporting the program, even in the last week. And so that is just something that we're so grateful for, and the support is felt, the momentum is felt. So we're just really appreciative of everyone that's interested in supporting the program on any level, at this, any level goes to something, it's like, whether it's, something directly for the team or something futuristic planning for us, it all matters. And it's all really important. And we've had a ton of support and interest, in the Diamond Club, and even in just the last week. And it is just amazing to see. And, from the bottom of our heart, like, we're just so grateful for it.
Hey, somebody, I don't even remember. I don't think it was Coach Lake, but somebody mentioned to me that some of the funds in the Diamond Club go to help with travel expenses. Mm-hmm. Is that true? That's true.
Yeah. So, it's expensive to travel, any team, to be honest, but a team of our size, we have 21 players this year. Moving forward, we're going to have 25 players on the roster. So we're adding people to the group. And then you have so many auxiliary people. It takes a village. I mean, it's not just the coaches that take the team on the road. I mean, we've got managers and graduate assistants and creative team and communications team. We have so many people that go with us to make the operation run when we're away from Columbia. So, this weekend, we had the blessing of flying private. So we chartered from Columbia right into Norman, and you would be absolutely amazed at just the benefit of those experiences for our student athletes and our whole entire staff, of the ease of travel, of, just being able to drive up to the airport, get on a plane, leave whenever you want to. We left in plenty of time to be able to practice on Thursday. So we're not, dealing with a commercial airport and then flying into OKC and having to, get our stuff, from the OKC airport into Norman. I mean, just the ease of being able to charter places is, it's a blessing. And yeah, those things are expensive. You'd be absolutely amazed at how much that stuff costs. So we're constantly just trying to make sure that we have the necessary resources to be able to put the team in those situations and those opportunities, because we do think that translates directly to our success. So yeah, that some of the funds definitely go to things like that, of being able to charter the team places.
Yeah. For anybody that wants to put it in perspective, try to fly with a family of 4. Now try to fly with a family of like 54 or something like that. Okay. So what I was told was Coach Tanner wanted to put y'all on a bus like they did in Major League, and stop at crappy hotels and have things fall off the wheels and all that. No, that's not true. Okay.
No.
Okay.
He gives me a hard time, about stuff for sure, but there is no one that gets it more than him, of just like what it takes. And, he's definitely got the perspective of his time as a coach, and all of his success and what that looks like for him. And then obviously how really college athletics has evolved since then, and, here we are in present day and what we need and where we're at. So there's no one that gets it more than him, but he does give me heck about bus rides and hotels and, back when he did it. And I hope he's listening because I just love it so much.
It's because he was scared to fly though. He was scared to fly. You know that, like he wanted when you were at Carolina, like I remember one year baseball bused to LSU. What's the longest bus ride you ever took at Carolina? Do you remember?
I'm thinking. I mean, we definitely bused to Mississippi State. That's a pretty long one.
That's a haul.
I'm thinking we might have bused once to Ole Miss. I do remember chartering to Arkansas. I remember that in my career because I remember landing in Fayetteville, and it's like you just basically land in cow pastures and there's cows everywhere. I remember that very vividly. But yeah, I mean, we took some long trips. I mean, 10 plus hours at times, and we just now we try to put the team in, everything we do is setting them up for success, is putting in a position to win, and how we travel and how we recover, and being able to logistically plan everything to set us up to practice when we arrive at a venue. I mean, all those things are really important to us and they all matter in the grand scheme of our success. So, we're working really hard not to have double-digit hour bus rides anymore.
Oh, God. Yeah, no kidding. So, again, the Diamond Club, it's available. If you go to Gamecocks Online, you can help them not have to ride old crappy buses like they did in the movie Major League. If they're scared of flying, tough luck.
Well, unlike Coach Tanner, I'm not afraid to fly, so I'm totally good getting on an airplane. And maybe we can convince him one day to get on a plane and go somewhere with us. We'll see.
I think he'll do it now. There was a time he didn't. That wasn't his. That wasn't his deal. Hey, let's talk for a minute about Lexi Winters. Obviously, you were a pitcher, so you're going to be hard on catchers because that's the ultimate combo and team there. This is what was she like, maybe a career 230 hitter or something like that at Charlotte, and she's up well over 350 if I'm correct now.
Yeah.
She's we've talked about her before, hometown kid and everything, but her growth, what does she mean to this group right now?
Man, I mean, she's leading us in so many different ways, internally, just her wisdom. And I think that we've always seen her as a defensive player, her first 2 years in her career of, that's kind of the catching position. Like you have to have someone in that spot that can really play the position and be really elite at the skills of that position. So that's the priority. And, she worked really hard her first half of her career of perfecting like her craft back behind the plate. And I will say it until I'm blue in the face. I mean, there is no one better back there at controlling the strike zone. Every strike's a strike, making balls strikes, like communicating with the umpire, communicating with me in the dugout, in the middle of at bats, like communicating with whoever's throwing. She is so elite at all of those things. And I think offensively, what you're seeing from her right now is a byproduct of the experience that she's gotten the first 2 years of her career. I mean, she has caught every game that she's been available for. I mean, she broke her finger at the end of the 2024 season that took her out. She dove into a base at third and just broke her finger. So nothing she could control there, obviously. And then, she couldn't catch there into postseason. But, other than that scenario, I mean, she has caught and had every at bat in that spot her entire career at this point. So I just think the experience and the trust and the wisdom, just with the pure volume of at-bats that she's had at this point, she's just a pro. So I think you're seeing a lot of success from her offensively based on the experiences that she's had. And I think she's trusting herself more offensively now than she's ever trusted herself, which I think, that's the belief and that's the confidence that comes with experience of like, hey, I've been there, I've done that. At this point in my career, there's not much I hadn't seen. And so I think she's just really getting into the box with a lot of conviction. She's really balanced. She has great swing decisions. She doesn't strike out a lot. She flushes up the ball, which always gives us a chance with less than 2 outs and runners on. Like she's going to have a productive at bat for us. And I'm so proud of her. I'm so proud of her because, coming back here, she could have taken the approach of, I've got something to prove that I should have been here from the start. And, this whole narrative, like she could have gone down that path, but she is just so locked in and so focused on right now. This was my story. This was my journey. She is so grateful to be here. There is no one that is just has the heart to be a Gamecock like she has. And, it's just awesome. It's just awesome to see her just thriving and really leading our team. And I'm so thankful that we have another year with her. We talk as a staff all the time of like, thank goodness Winnie's here another year.
Winnie, that's the name, Winnie.
Yes. Yeah. We started calling her that her freshman year. And I don't think she had been called that in high school. And for us, like it just kind of stuck. So yeah, we get Winnie from Winner. So she is Winnie to us. Yeah.
Okay. And Winnie's on a 6-game hitting streak, or in the middle of a 6-game hitting streak right now. And don't let that 5'5" stature fool anybody. She's already hit 4 balls out of the yard. I know she hit 6 last year, I think in 5, maybe in her freshman season. She's set to surpass that here before long. So there's some pop in that stick, as you mentioned. Your staff, we've hit on this before, but now that y'all have played, you've played 24 games now. I always find it interesting how in softball, much different from baseball, because the staff is very small compared to baseball, as we know, but how coaches handle it. And you had mentioned before with us, Ashley, that, historically, I mean, you'd have 1 or 2 arms and they literally throw them basically every inning of the season, or 3, and y'all got, I think, 5, right? So how do you, when you go into the weekend, you got Georgia coming up this weekend, obviously Oklahoma last weekend. So you have these 3-game series moving forward, Texas Tech next week. It's never easy. What is the process in setting up your pitching going into these things?
Yeah, so we play to the matchup a lot of the time. So, we kind of obviously script out who's going to open games for us. If much like determining your starter is like, okay, who's gonna start this one, and a lot of it is matchup based. Of okay, what does their lineup look like? What's the left-right spread? On our staff, like who's better at certain things, like who's really our left-handed, specialist, who's better against righties. And there's just so much that goes into making those decisions on, okay, who's going to get it going for us, and how many outs do we plan that this person can get for us against that offense? And then, okay, who's the next person up? So we always try to have a feel for, okay, who's going to come out of the bullpen first. And then like, are we going to re-enter our starter? Because in softball, you have a free substitution on all your starters. So you can re-enter anyone that was in the starting order one time. So are we going to re-enter our starter, for a higher leverage point at the end of the game? Or are we going to go with a third arm, someone fresh out of the bullpen? So there's a lot that goes into it. We typically have those conversations on Mondays as a staff of just kind of looking at the week and really trying to plan for the matchup and who's best in certain scenarios. And, also paying attention to usage, because we are paying attention to usage more now than we ever have as a sport, because, it's not just a, 1 or 2 pitcher usage doesn't matter. They can throw as much as they want. Like we've really evolved from that concept that was kind of outdated in the game. And so just protecting them for usage and making sure that, we're smart so that we have them for the entire season, because we've talked a little bit, our staff this year is a little small. I think you'll see in future Gamecock teams that we're going to have more pitching. So we have 5, ideally I'd like to have, 7 or 8 in the future. We just have more matchup options. We have more options out of the bullpen, those kind of things. You've been seeing Gress Hurd and Lamb a lot lately. So the three of them just trying to figure out how to work them together against the opponents that we're having. And we're really working hard to get that fourth arm as an option in there, because I do think that will help us, be more productive if we have another option as a fourth arm coming out of the bullpen for some different spin direction, or, a different look for the offense that we're facing, especially when you get into 3-game series. The more arms you have, the fresher they stay. You don't overexpose anyone on the staff. So if Jory's the matchup for Georgia, for example, I'm not saying that she is, but just using that as an example, the more arms you have, the more you can not overexpose Jory in the first 2 games of the series, right? You can use her in high leverage moments, when the game is going to be won. And then you have her fresher for game 3, which is typically either you're going for, the series there, or you're going for the sweep or whatever it is. So there's a lot that goes into it. And typically as a staff, those conversations happen for us on Mondays.
Well, with Georgia coming in, you're going to love that I'm going to do this, because as a coach, you're going to be like, thanks for the jinx. The Dogs have scored 2 or less runs in 5 of their last 7 games. Now, they did play Tennessee last weekend, who's also pretty good. So offensively, they've been struggling, but they are 4-3 in those 7 games. So they pitch it, they throw it pretty well themselves on their side, and that was one of the. I was curious about how you handle your staff, because it is a Georgia offense that, by their standards, you would say has been struggling a little bit. Do you have a little bit of a scouting report? I'm not asking you how you're going to attack them, because we know that Georgia fans, or the Georgia staff loves this show. They watch it all the time. But a little bit of a scouting report on what we're going to see this weekend at Beckham Field.
Yeah, Georgia is known for their offense, and they have been for decades. Our associate head coach, Katie Browder, actually played at Georgia for Lou Harris and Jerry Glasgow at the time. So they just are known for their offense. Tony Baldwin does a great job with their program. So much respect for him and his staff. So I think it's definitely going to be an offensive matchup, much like I felt like it was at Oklahoma. The Oklahoma series got categorized as a slugfest, and I think it lived up to, that name. And so I do think that this weekend is going to be very offensive on both sides, because you're dealing with 2 really good offensive minds in Katie and Tony. And so it's going to be exciting. I think a lot of offense. They played Georgia Southern last night. They won a really tight game, 1-0 against Georgia Southern, and the Georgia Southern pitcher has got good stuff. So we probably won't put too much stock into what they've done the last couple of weeks. Offensively, we probably would prepare for them the same way, and we have been preparing for them the same way this week. So they have left at the top. So they traditionally stack their lefties at the top of the order. So, they go, Goodnight, Goodwin, and Davis, left at the top. And then they put all their righties 4 through 9. And I think if you go back and look at their lineups the last couple of weeks, the righties 4 through 9, they've been really mixing those guys up. But the left at the top has kind of been very consistent for them. So I think, in my opinion, I think how we do against the left-handed hitters at the top of the order will be a key determining factor on our overall production to their entire order. So we have a lot of really good stuff for right-handed hitters. I think everyone on our staff has different attack angles and different things for righties. I think it'll be key for us to pay attention and be able to be really successful off the left-handed 3 that they stack at the top of their order.
Well, Ashley, now that we'll let you go on this note here, again, Georgia, South Carolina, 13-9 matchup. It's the SEC, so you're pretty much going to see these every weekend. It is very rare in sports, especially in softball or in baseball, where you go on the road and you get swept regardless of who you're playing, and people are almost more excited than they were before. Even coming off of the loss last night to like you said, that's a very good Coastal team. I had to be reminded of that yesterday, as a matter of fact. So what do you expect now when you get to walk in your own ballpark tomorrow with this border rivalry, and hopefully it becomes a real good rivalry in softball now that y'all have kind of risen to the level that you're playing at? What do you expect? The crowd, the atmosphere and the support for this program that y'all have been working hard to gain.
Yeah. Well, we expect a really intense atmosphere. And, we've been watching the ticket sales for about a week now because, this is our opening home series. So we've been kind of trying to prep ourselves for just the volume of people that are going to be at Beckham, this weekend. And ticket sales are really high. Like we're kind of butting up against, selling out all 3 days, which is so exciting. And
oh, yeah.
Yeah, like I think there's going to be a lot of people. I think that we're going to be standing room only, specifically on Saturday. It seems like we're going to have a big crowd on Saturday. So I think our girls are just really excited to be back at home in front of our crowd and just, kind of be back in our element. We were on the road for 2 straight weeks and obviously the atmosphere in Oklahoma was tough and it was intense. And so we expect that here this weekend, but it's always different when you're at home versus on the road with that kind of atmosphere. So we expect a large number of people. We expect it to be loud. I think that the team is going to respond really well from, the last 4 games that we've played that, we've lost. So really excited. I don't think Friday at 6 can get here fast enough for me personally because I just am so excited just to get back out there and just for them to, feel the win again. I think that's really important is just that we, get back out there and get after it and, feel the win on Friday. So it's there are a lot of people. Ticket sales are really high at the moment, which is really exciting.
That is so cool. If you haven't bought a ticket, buy one. If you can't,
Yes.
and you're going to watch it, Brad Muller is going to be able to call them all this weekend. The first one's at 6. Sunday, y'all might have some decisions to make tomorrow or Saturday morning. We'll see.
Yeah, we've definitely been watching the weather. Those are decisions that we try to make as long as possible to change game times for sure. The weather has improved some, so we're definitely trying to wait and make sure that there's absolutely not a chance that we could play Sunday afternoon, even if we have to move the game time. Georgia's only 2.5 hours away. So that's the luxury of, it's not far. They're going to bus here. So we have a lot of flexibility to work around the weather.
Wonderful. Well, can't wait to watch this. This is going to be a blast this week. It's a huge weekend in Columbia. Oklahoma in town for baseball, Georgia in town for softball. I hope everybody can find a way to mix it all up and get out there and see all of you play. But I meant to tell you too, when I was there for I think it was one of the Virginia games. And the kids are bringing the kids up soon. I'll let you know which weekend we're coming. But when I walked in there, and probably a lot of it has to do with the fact that Beckham Field is still where it's always been, just in that area. But when I was walking in, and I hadn't really been in there in a couple of years, it just kind of hit me. I was like, man, this kind of reminds me of the old days of walking into the Sarge. Because you walked into the Sarge from up top, remember? And everything was down below you, and it was quaint and it was small and people knew each other. And I feel like you're building some of that, rebuilding some of that, kind of, cross it over from baseball then to softball. I don't know if all that makes sense, but for anybody that ever went to the Sarge, if you walk in there and you haven't been into Beckham Field for some reason, you'll know what I'm saying. It's got a little bit of that feel to it, and that's pretty awesome.
It does. And, we're here in the Rice, this is where our offices are. And then, we're able to just walk down to the stadium every day when we go down for the team time. And for me personally, I just remember what this was when Sarge was there.
I know.
And when the Roundhouse was here and the Roost was what it was. And, there's still kind of that hole. We call it the pit, the grassy lot that, I think Sarge was kind of like tucked in and built like inside that hole. And so that is actually something I think about often, like just the nostalgia of that for me, walking down and just what it is now and how much we've evolved and grown, but obviously remembering, the success and just the good years, the good old times, as they say, where Sarge was there. But I agree. And I would be honored for people to show up and just feel like, man, this is what it felt like back in the day at Sarge Fry. Like that would be something that I would love for Gamecock fans to feel because, those are obviously some good days.
Those are some good days. Well, you've got some good days too, man. Congratulations, Ashley. Y'all are, I know the last couple of days certainly haven't been what you've wanted them to be, but That's not indicative of who you are. You're going to be fine. We all know that, and can't wait for this series this weekend. You've done a hell of a job.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
I'll see you soon.
See you soon.
You're at the top of the list now. You're the only you're the most requested over Coach Tanner, over Shane, over Lamont, over Manera, over all of them, even over Coach Lake, the famed Coach Lake. They'd rather Ashley be in here now. So they're all, we just push them to the next day.
Well, I appreciate that. That's hard for me to believe because that is a fantastic group of individuals that I would want to hear them, say anything over me. But, we should do a group show sometime, have us all on and bounce some stuff off. That would be cool.
You don't need me for that. I'll just sit back and listen to y'all talk. Yeah. That'd be fun. Thanks, Ashley. Go get them.
Thank you so much.
There you go. The head softball coach of your Gamecocks. They are 20-4. They are number 9. They're in the top 10 in the country, and 13th ranked Georgia will be in town this weekend. If you're not going to be able to get out to the ball game and you'll be watching it on the back porch, Palm Casual will keep you comfortable. You can run over there. We got weather coming in on Sunday across the state, and you want to have furniture that doesn't just fall apart in the weather, right? You can literally leave it out there in the elements. It'll be totally fine. It won't fade in the sun or anything like that. It's not cheap. It's not cheap. You can go to Amazon for that, but it's the best. Palm Casual, Gamecock owned and operated, palmcasual.com. Thanks again to Ashley Chastain. She's the best too. And we are so excited for her program this weekend. We will hit a timeout and we'll come back and begin to wind things down here on the morning show.
Remarkable, 5-star, sensational. These are just some of the terms used to describe nationally renowned chef William Turner out of Scottsdale, Arizona. Originally from Georgetown, South Carolina, and a diehard Gamecocks fan, Chef Will made his way out west and has served parties from every state and many countries from across the globe. If you're in Arizona or have plans elsewhere, visit chefwilliamturner.com to inquire about private events and more. From MLB to NFL, the chef has served everyone. He's won all the awards, done all the press. There's a reason for that. Food from every culture, all of it first class. ChefWilliamTurner.com and Chef Will Turner on socials. You won't believe what you see. You really won't believe how it tastes.
Charleston Fitness Equipment is keeping South Carolina in shape. Clients have come from all over the Palmetto State to find that one piece of equipment that they enjoy that keeps them looking and feeling good. Whether it's a home rower, treadmill, elliptical, free weights, a home gym, or something else, Charleston Fitness Equipment keeps the mirror smiling back at you. Get in shape like the Gamecocks do. Visit charlestonfitnessequipment.com. Gamecock owned and operated and proud partners of Inside the Gamecocks, The Show.
We got started in 1979. Because we're a manufacturer, we're able to control our costs. That's why we like to manufacture as much of the product as we can, because in our factory stores we can offer a competitive edge over other people around the country. When people come into one of our Palm Casuals, it's like they're buying their car at Detroit. They're going right to the factory and buying their car.
30-day money-back guarantee. That's a big deal with us. I mean, we give 30 days to do anything. I mean, return it, change it, get a different color, get your money back.
When you pull into a store and it says Palm Casual, you know you're at a factory store.
It's gone! That ball is going to be out of here! Fair ball in the corner!
The atmosphere in Founders Park is electric. There's nothing like being loud and proud for our Gamecocks. Gamecock Traditions proudly supports Carolina baseball and wants you to look your best while you're at the ballpark. Come see us and choose from the best selection of game hats, hoodies, shirts, and all that entails the baseball logo. From tailgate gear to jewelry and plenty for your kids, Gamecock Traditions is your Gamecock baseball locker room. Don't forget, we have the widest selection for all sports and USC apparel. Come see us in Lexington or in the Village at Sand Hill, or order online and have it shipped to your doorstep at GamecockTraditions.com. Go Gamecocks!
When you bundle home and auto, good things can happen. You get a local agent who can help you choose the right coverage for you at a price that's right for you.
Call State Farm agent Tony Pope today.
Nana's Porch presents a Southern staple delivered right to your doorstep. Nana's Porch locally crafted pimento cheese has been a hit for years at weddings, tailgates, and other events. Now you can order online and have it sent to your home. Visit nanasporch.com. That's nanasporch.com and click the pimento cheese tab to choose between their original pimento cheese and their jalapeno smoked pimento cheese set. nanasporch.com, man, that's good.
When you bundle home and auto, good things can happen. You get a local agent who can help you choose the right coverage for you at a price that's right for you.
Call State Farm agent Tony Pope today.
Get along on down the road. We got a long, long way to go. Scared to live, scared to die. We ain't perfect, but we try. Get along while we can. Always give love the upper hand. Paint a wall, learn to dance. Call your mom, buy a boat, drink a beer, sing a song, make a friend. Can't we all get along?
It is the final segment. Morning show. TonyPope.com. Tony Pope State Farm in South Carolina and the fake peach state of Georgia. TonyPope.com. If you'd like to shop your insurance, you can go to TonyPope.com. You'll see his name on the scoreboards this weekend at Ray Tanner Field and at Beckham Field as well for Ashley and the softball team. Thanks to Ashley for joining us. Thanks to Mike for joining us earlier as well. A couple of quick things that were sent to my inbox here, Phil, from the University of South Carolina. If you are planning to attend the first and second rounds of the women's tournament at the CLA, you can purchase your booklets now. The general public is you can go in and get them. Reserve booklets are $70. Upper reserve booklets are $60, and general admin booklets are $50. That is for one ticket for 2 first-round games and 1 ticket for the second-round game as well. So 70, 60, 50, depending on where you want to sit in the arena next weekend. Also, when we talked to Clark Cox about this, maybe a month ago, somewhere around there. You can also, if you go to I believe it's GamecocksOnline.com. Oh, it'll send you to Upper. You can get it via the website, but UpperDeckGolfing.com. So May 9th and 10th, Upper Deck Golf will be at Williams-Brice Stadium. So you can play golf in Williams-Brice Stadium. You'll be able to tee off from all over all around the stadium, upstairs, and they'll have platforms available in the upper deck and the lower decks, all kinds of stuff. They'll have custom greens. They'll have music, cold drinks, food, and golfing challenges at a clubhouse, sports bar, and festival area inside the ballpark. So you can. This is going to be pretty cool, man. So you can book your tee time today. It has been pointed out to me that this will absolutely sell out. Tee times for those 2 days cost anywhere between $89.99 and $109.99. So $90 and $110. If you would like to play, you can either play the Friday morning, Friday afternoon, or Friday evening, and then the same thing Saturday. So anybody who wants to do that, basically $100, and you get to go play golf in Williams-Brice Stadium. That's pretty cool.
That's interesting. Are they really going to let people tee off from the football field?
We'll get Clark on the week after.
Yeah, right. That's right. Clark, how much do you hate golf now?
Some jackass goes out there and he's just beating the hell out of the
I mean, just like
40-yard line.
Just imagine the Williams Bryce with all these divots.
Yeah. It makes me sick to think
I
about
know.
it.
I'm like,
Yeah.
gosh, I feel bad for him already. I mean, my goodness.
When
No,
I used to take care of the baseball fields, you know, I was pretty anal about it. Like I was, once you get it where you want it, get away from it, you know, and of course, generally in some of these things, you know, either be my teams or, you know, tournament or whatever, even in college, you know, the first guy that gets into the batter's box and does everything he can to scrape out about a quarter to a half an inch with his cleats to get his foot comfortable. I'm like, oh, come on.
Dude, come on. Yeah, right.
You know, like I never had to do that. Just step in there and hit the baseball, man.
That's
Or
the
the
thing
guy
that always
that
killed me about rec league, you know,
that's
diamond
just
sports, right? Like
that's
you
just
step into the box and you're in a hole.
I know. It's just laziness because they
I
they
know.
just throw sand in it. You know, they don't actually put the brick back in. We used to do the brick. You know, we that's what we did. Even when I ran the travel programs and all that, I would make my kids together and do it. I'm like, no, you're gonna brick it.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna tamp it. We're gonna mud it in. And, you know, you're gonna need to understand that what it takes to get this thing the way that you want it, and you'll learn to appreciate when you go to other ballparks and it ain't like this. But you know, pitchers that go out there and just you know they scrape out an inch in front of the mounds. What are you doing? You don't need to do all that. You're not pitching against a curb. You know, just
if you can't control yourself and you need a stop, then maybe you're at the wrong position.
And whoever taught you that is dumber than you are.
Yeah, right.
So, by the way, speaking of golf, one of my favorite events is underway. The Players down in Ponte Vedra Beach, and Bo Hostler is 4 under through 14. He's ahead of Clemson's Lucas Glover, who's at 3 under with a host of others. And so we'll see how it all plays out this weekend. But hey, Jordan Spieth's at 2 under. How about that? And Russell Henley's at 2 under.
That's interesting.
But
Lucas,
the Tiger won't win it because he's out with a torn Achilles.
Yeah, he doesn't play anymore right now. He can't even. He was having a hard time walking anyway. I always hate that Clemson's Lucas Glover because I went to high school with Lucas, and I consider him Wade Hampton's Lucas Glover. Yeah, he actually graduated in my wife's class 2 years before myself. But yeah, a couple of years there. Yeah, he was a great guy. He really was. A lot of people think some of these, you know, folks are kind of uppity and stuck up, but Lucas was always
no, they're not.
No,
I've spent some time around Dustin Johnson. He's a super guy too.
Yeah.
I mean, he's actually a big Carolina fan.
Nice.
He's got like a Gamecock wallet and all this stuff. He's a really good guy. If he's that big of a fan, someone send him the link to name, image, and likeness.
Right.
See if he tap into some of that Gretzky cash.
That's right. Yeah, let's get some of that flowing into the NIL coffers here while it's still unrestricted.
Hey, let old Paulina know she can be a celebrity starter if they donate like, you know, $1 million or something to the name, image, and likeness fund in South Carolina.
We will put your name on everything but the field.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Oh gosh, that trend, it scares me. Just the naming of the fields and all of that, and I don't want to see, you know, a Colonial Life field at Williams Bryce Stadium. I mean, I understand the need for revenue right now because you're going to have to start sharing it, and these athletic departments are doing what they can to get some extra money in the bank accounts, but I don't know. It would have to be really like super Carolina niche for me to really get behind it, you know? Like what they did at Kentucky is like, I mean, yeah, I call it Club Kroger because of the way their fan experience is, but to me, it'll always be Commonwealth, you know? Yeah.
Music, and I wasn't at the Clemson Carolina game on Friday at Doug Kingsmore, but you know, that was a very similar atmosphere from what I'm told. To what you get when you go watch Kentucky football.
Yeah, I mean, pep band, DJ, the whole nine. What a strange experience. It worked for him. So
I mean, I think I to your point though, like I do think that over time, you know, it would dissipate the I think there would be anger. But I also think some people wouldn't really care as long as there was money going to it. Of course, they would care when their team lost. Go, oh, we renamed the field. We still can't win. This is ridiculous. Which they might not be wrong about that. But like I remember when they were building Founders Park, which at the time was Carolina Stadium.
Right.
Founders Park is new to this deal. But it was Carolina Stadium. They didn't have a name for it yet, or naming rights. And, we were coming from the Sarge. It was the Sarge. It was the coolest name in college baseball.
Right. I mean, the Sarge, right? Even named after a real person, too.
It was the Sarge.
Yeah. Right.
Like, you're going to the Sarge. Like, Neil Geisler named his dog after it. I mean, he named his dog Sarge. I don't know if y'all remember Geese, but Geese and Allison, when they got their first dog, they named him Sarge. I thought, damn, I wish I would have thought of that. And I mean, it was such a cool name. But to your point, Phil, that would be the role of the marketing department. Like I mentioned, like Scout Motors is in the Midlands now, like Scout Field. Like it's pretty cool, or something like that. That would make some sense. But if you went full fledged and it was like Volvo Stadium, or William Volvo Stadium at Williams-Brice Field, people are gonna be like, number one, ain't none of us driving Volvos around here, so you can go ahead and take that out. You know what I mean? Bernie's Chicken,
right? Yeah, that's the thing. Is like, yeah,
not wrong, but
Bernie's Chicken Field. It will.
I can tell you, Bernie ain't paying the money for that. No. But I hear you. Ben's not wrong though. He's, he might be onto something there.
We'll just get Tony to pony up the money. Tony Pope Field at Williams-Brice Stadium.
Yeah. Like, you know what I mean? Like, or maybe there's a different way to do it. Like, once they get into all the revenue sharing or something, like maybe the university can deduct like 3% of every check that goes to the players, and it just goes into one fund, and it's, like Players Field or something like that.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, so forever and ever
like
and ever.
Letterman Field.
Yeah, Letterman Field at Williams-Brice Stadium, and it's paid for by the players themselves or something like that.
Yeah.
Nobody asked you.
I love the idea. I just as far as, but I mean,
your bag hunting mercenaries probably
recruiting
not going to buy into that, right?
First time that happens, Tennessee playing on Pilot Field or whatever, it's gonna be, hey, look, we got Jimmy Haslam to pay for our stadium rights. They're taxing you. They're charging you to play on your own field.
Yeah,
no balls. Anyway,
they're doing a lot of construction in Neyland again. What are they? Are they making it smaller? Are they making the seats bigger? For God's sakes!
If they don't mind, my rear end would appreciate that. Yeah,
they're building the same type of deal that South Carolina is with the district and stuff.
Yeah,
I don't know if that's exactly what's going on.
They don't have enough room for all that.
No, it's going to be miniature. It's like the difference between Disney World and Disneyland.
Yeah, they don't. There's no room around
Disneyland in California. There, you can't even walk. It's all the same thing as Disney World, but there's much more room at Disney World. So Carolina's got the Orlando Disney property in theory, and Tennessee's got a Disneyland.
I don't know what I'd rather do. Go sit, like I had to do one time there with half my butt cheek on the bench and the other half off of it. Of course, the rest of it, I don't know. That might be better than sitting in the middle, because you're just squeezed in between 400 other people in the same row. Or would I rather go to Kentucky and have my ears blown out? Neither one of them are very good experiences. So, I'll tell you the best ballpark that I've ever, the best experience I've ever had in an SEC ballpark is Auburn. I've always enjoyed my trip to Auburn. I've always enjoyed that.
I went to Auburn twice for Carolina. 2005, which, hell, we had a great time. It was just actually stayed the whole game, 48-7. Carolina lost.
You mean after Hefner called the second time out, you stuck around for the rest of that?
Yeah, me and my buddy, he met me I lived in Nashville, so I drove down there. That's when we went to we stayed, like back then, man, I'd stay anywhere for $20. We stayed at the Travel Lodge connected to the truck stop there in Opelika. But they had one of those old-timey, old-school bars with the Christmas lights up all year round, and the velvet carpet, and smoking was allowed. And we went saw karaoke. That karaoke that night before, So I was slightly hungover the next day. But that's when I realized there are so many Alabama fans in Alabama. It's not even funny. 70% of the bar was yelling "Roll Tide." Right.
Right.
So, and I'm like, we're in Opelika. Auburn's about the site being in Seneca, South Carolina.
Yeah. Well, I've stayed in Opelika.
I mean, it was crazy, but
right next to Auburn.
Went to the game. And then in 2010, I was actually in the press box. We had just moved over to 24/7 Sports, and I covered some games that. Yes, the last year I really did that from the press box. I don't enjoy that at all, but I mean, it's a wonderful atmosphere. Also went to the Auburn, Missouri SEC championship game with a friend of mine in 2013. So I love their. I think it's fun going to games there. Some friends of mine went in 2014 and had a blast. I like going to Ole Miss. It's a comfy stadium. I've been to Mississippi State a couple of times. Clinga. That's not. I tell you what, though, I'll take the Cowbells over Kentucky.
Yeah, absolutely.
My poor wife, man, that's her first SEC game ever, and we go to freaking Kentucky. And she doesn't like real loud noises. She's cool in a crowd, but like loud out of nowhere stuff gets on her nerves. So not only is the stadium like it is, we sat directly behind the Carolina Pep Band.
Yeah.
So they were well, Rashawn Lee's mom and dad, and RIP to Rashawn's dad. They were very nice people. They were in front of us, and then the band. So constant drumming and loud bursts of noise and stuff. Lucky for me, we went to Vandy and went to Missouri this year, so she's gotten a little bit more into it. Vandy, I will never go back unless I'm sitting in premium seats. That was uncomfortable. That was worse than Tennessee because there was just such a massive amount of Gamecock fans there, and then they've taken all those seats out while they're constructing the premium stuff, and it's ridiculous to get in. I mean, hopefully by the time they play there again, and we don't know when that's going to be, obviously, we'll be up there. And then Jacob mentions LSU in the chat box.
Go.
Yeah,
Jacob,
I would go too, Jacob. Because see, I know you got ties.
You'll
to
enjoy the
team up
experience
here. Yeah, and
go.
you want to see the real Death Valley.
Yeah,
that would be.
Hey, and the fans outside of it, they're cool, man. They'll invite you for gumbo and all kinds of stuff. Like it's South Carolina LSU is not LSU Alabama or Auburn or Ole Miss or something like that. And that's a good. You need to go see it. It's cool. It's cool. Just like people are saying right now about Williams-Brice Stadium, this is happening everywhere. Road trips. Should we go to Columbia? Yeah, you need to go to Columbia. It's a really cool experience.
It's awesome. I went LSU 2007, and I went in 2012. 2012 was an interesting trip. I had tickets, decided last minute on a Friday to drive, like Friday at 5:00 to drive to Baton Rouge from Nashville. Spent the night in Hattiesburg, Mississippi, and then drove on to Baton. I went solo, man. The next day, I stayed in a hotel, and I'm sitting there having some drinks at a bar. I'm watching Missouri play Bama. That was the first year Missouri was in the league. And I get to the stadium, took a shuttle bus in. That was pretty cool.
Nice.
Right there in the Gamecock section. And about midway through the first quarter, one of my brothers who's a pilot, I have 3 little brothers, and this is the one that came right after me, Jason. He's the pilot. He sends a picture from the stands. Like two rows, he's 2 sections over. He had driven some rich people, and I never got to see my brother. And so that was just like awesome. He just happened to be there. I had no idea, and I made the solo trip. So we hung out, went to the bar afterward, and I guess he flew back out of New Orleans the next day on the Learjet. But that was special, even though they lost. That was a good trip. Now, the drive back through Mississippi the next day, for some reason, I-59 was backed up. I sat in traffic in Mississippi in the middle of nowhere for 2 hours. That sucked. But yeah, I've been to Columbia, Missouri for a camp before. Never been to a game. That's a good early season one. It's drivable within, if you get up early in the morning from here and go down, hour on the other side of St. Louis. I may hit that one up this year as a road game.
There you go.
Nice.
Not too shabby, JC. There you go. Why don't you do that? You enjoy Columbia, Missouri. The rest of it cool. Not.
JB, you're in the shadows with the mountain. It's like an album cover.
It is.
Like I wish I'm going to screenshot that and make that your Chiefs, whatever we talk about you on Chief Sports, like that. That's your new album cover. It's
Shadow Bradford.
Hey, I want to give a shout out to the people that live northeast of. It's been a long time since I've been up there, or northwest of Columbia, like the Peak area. If you've ever been up in there, yesterday we had to hop off the interstate there. I think they were doing some construction, so we got off the interstate and went up through there and came back down and got back on around Newberry. I forget how pretty it is in that part of the state up there in northwest of Columbia, Peak and Pomeria and all that stuff. It's beautiful country up there. So if anybody lives there or knows somebody up there, I just wanted to tell you, you're very lucky. I wish I could live out there with you. It's absolutely beautiful, and been too long since I've been kind of in that part of that neck of the woods, if you will. All right, well, it's your turn. I got to take these kids into Waynesville and get some lunch.
How deep in the woods did y'all get into the potential NIT berth today?
We haven't.
Yeah, I didn't even, because there's not going to be any NIT berth, so I didn't get into it. No. Not buying on it.
Don't, dude. It's automatic. If Texas makes it, there's 14 SEC teams in the tournament. LSU and South Carolina are going to the NIT or getting invited. And Lamont said, I think he said they wouldn't turn it down. I don't think they'll turn it down.
Well, he shouldn't turn it down.
No,
but I'm not buying into it until it remotely close to get. Texas has to beat A&M, so we'll see that first.
That could happen. Then
we'll go, oh my God, Carolina's in the postseason. I as we mentioned to Mike earlier, Billis yesterday. Jay Billis is really, really, really good as a color analyst. I don't always agree with some of his off-court statements.
Yeah,
but never have.
Good color analyst.
But he's incredible. He sees everything. He understands it. He's very bold in what he says, and he's very to the point. And he doesn't butter things up to make anybody feel good. That is not Jay Billis at all. And yesterday at the end of that game, he said, which take it as you will, but South Carolina is the best last place team I've ever seen in a league. And I just sit there and you shake your head. You're like, my God, if they could have found a way in 4 or 5 of those games, they'd probably be in the dance, if not knocking on the door. So, just crazy, man.
Carolina's non-conference. They had the one bad loss, and when you're splitting hairs, they may have had to do a little more than 6-12, but 8-10 they would have been in as long as those were big time. And you think of how many games, those 6 games at home. Or that would be the 6. I mean, they were they
would have been in
1 in 16 in quad 1 games.
Yeah.
You flip that to like 8 and
5 and 11. 5 and 11.
Yeah, something like
5
that.
5 and 11. That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. You don't have to. Yeah.
Jacob, do we have a weekend rotation? Did that come across while we were here?
I know what it is, but I'm not. That will be for the university to share.
You're like the old strip club in North Myrtle Beach, man. Secrets.
I had that. I kind of figured change was in the wind, just with as quickly as Becker was pulled over the weekend, and then it kind of reinforced that when we saw him in relief yesterday. I was like, yeah, we're probably going to do something a little different.
Jacob says it was released.
So. Oh, it was? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't know if they released it, but I know what it was. So if it's released, I can talk about it. But okay, so they did release it. Okay,
oh yeah.
So Brandon Stone is going on Friday.
Yeah,
and it'll be McCoy and SQ. So
Shane Gillis.
Yep.
He looks just like Shane Gillis. Yeah, you're like, I was trying to do some stand up. I love the way I like pictures like that where it's like, you expect this Eric Hempy kind of flamethrower.
Oh, by the way,
just a weird movement and all.
Y'all remember last week when I said we were talking, were y'all on? I know Phil was. Jason, I don't know if you saw it. Kept telling Lake, I said, golly, Jarvis Evans reminds me of somebody, and I just can't put my finger on it. You remember that?
Yes, I remember that. Yes,
it hit me. Last time I'm laying here on the couch at the mountain house, and I texted Lake at 11:30 because if I didn't, I'd forget. I said, Stephen Bondurant. He is to a T exactly what Stephen Bondurant was. He looks just like Bondo on the mound, how he carries himself, all of his pitches and what they do, his mannerisms, everything. He is Bondo to a T. So I need to text Bondo and let him know he's reincarnated in Columbia.
It's funny. So I was
literally
watching yesterday. He puts that little hip shimmy in every once in a while before he gets into his stance.
Yeah.
I'm like, all right, well, whatever works for you, buddy. But yeah,
It's
hey,
fine.
man, yeah, it looks, I like Evans. I think he's a solid, midweek guy that could end up being a critical part of your postseason.
Hey,
if you, get there.
SEC tournament, regionals, super. Those guys are very important
Yeah.
because you just never know what's going to happen, especially in regionals. If you lose the first game,
You got to have 4. You got to have
Yeah.
5, really. But
5 is very good.
You got to have 4. All right. Well, I'll leave you with this. A reminder that the SEC tips today at 1, Arkansas and Ole Miss both are in the tournament. Texas and Texas A&M. Texas is the first one out, according to Lenardi. If they win, they'll be in. Mississippi State is in. Missouri is in. They'll play tonight at 7. And Oklahoma and Kentucky are both in. Oklahoma is one of the last 4 byes. Right now, the SEC easily slated to get 13. I don't think that's going to change. The question is, can they get 14? Can they get 14? We'll find out. Thanks to Mike Morgan and the wonderful Ashley Chastain, who has superseded all of us with her popularity, and we're so proud of her. And best of luck to you boys. I know Coach Lake will be here tomorrow. No Raphael tomorrow. He's dealing with some health stuff with his family, so keep his family in your prayers if everybody doesn't mind. We would certainly appreciate that. But gentlemen, I'm off to lunch. See you tomorrow.
Sounds good. Enjoy some family time with the girls, man.
You got it. Appreciate it.
I should not have screamed in terror that fine day. Saw that purple wig and did not know what to say. It left me sort of startled and confused. Red lips and white makeup and those big old red shoes. But my daddy tore a knot in me for being so damn rude. He said, son, don't you know that clowns are people too? Clowns are people too. Big red shoes. Clowns are people too. Don't be rude. If you weren't a bit lucky, then this could easily be you. I met your mom when she was up on that old trapeze. What can I say but hey, I had a thing for circus freaks. I started watching Bozo and warmed to the movie It. Killer Clowns from Outer Space to me was a big hit. Some people like McDonald's because of Mayor McCheese. But Ronald is my homeboy now, and Krusty and Pinky. Clowns are people too, big red shoes. Clowns are people too, don't be rude. If you weren't a bit lucky, then this could easily be you. I met your mom when she was up on that old trapeze. What can I say but hey, I had a thing for circus freaks. Clowns are people too. Clowns are people too. Now I own some tiny horns and got me those red shoes. I don't know much, but know one thing that's true. If you don't know anything, just know that clowns are people too.
Welcome to Inside the Gamecocks, the show, part of the Chief Sports Network.
Mad Dog's upstate raised and reared up near the tater patch. He flirted with that upstate team, now bleeds garnet and black. It's been almost 2 decades since JC started Big Spur. He may live outside of Chicago, but he's all Spartanburg. It's the show, the Game Gamecock Show. ITG, Phil and JC, it's the show. It's fun and entertainment, but also information, things you cannot get on radio. It's the show. Gather around all you Gamecocks, it's the show. The show. Let's go. JC and Mad Dog Mully on the Gamecock Show.
Welcome in, everybody. Inside the Gamecocks The Show. Phil Mad Dog Mullinax here. JC Sherbert over there. Sorry, the format was wrong for whatever reason. Here we are. All right, back to the open. We got a lot on the agenda today. Some real big picture items to talk about here, JC. I like it, you know.
And some recently discovered information. Also, as always happens, when we have the rough outline.
Yeah.
No, I like the actual. It's almost like doing improv, you know. You just kind of have a topic and you have some baseline stuff, but then you go with it.
Just roll with it, and we'll just keep asking each other questions to keep the conversation going, like the improv trick.
I had I took an improv class in Atlanta while I was living there, and I made somebody cry because I got too intense. I was like, "This is a soft group."
That's right.
You know, I was doing this Irish accent, so I was thinking Gangs of New York or The Depart, a Scorsese character, and then it's completely psychotic. I was like, "Wow, you didn't know about that, did you?" People were like crazy.
Get a little over the top there.
Brewing, it's nothing, no inside information. If I had something to report, it'd probably be on the Big Spur. I'd talk about it, but nothing like that. Dawn Staley was named the Naismith College Women's Basketball Coach of the Year. I saw that. That's a pretty prestigious award when you win the Naismith Award. So hats off to her. We talked about the pitching lineup for the Gamecocks. Oklahoma's got twins, man. Kyson and Malachi Witherspoon. Kyson is the starter Friday. Righty, 4-0, 1.17 ERA, 40 strikeouts, 5 walks, 23 innings pitched. Malachi is his brother. Righty, 2-0 with a 4.0 ERA, 18 innings pitched, 11 walks, 17 strikeouts. And then not a Witherspoon, Cam Johnson, that goes for them. He's a lefty on Sunday, 2-0 with a 3.93 ERA. Once again for the Gamecocks, it's Brandon Stone Friday night, Jake McCoy Saturday, Dylan Eskew bringing it up on Sunday. Of course, that Friday roll, it was Eskew, and then there was an injury, so it was Becker from Clemson on, and now Eskew staying on Sunday. And Brandon Stone, who's been really good in long relief for the Gamecocks, is going to get the Friday night start. Phil, when Whittle covered his recruitment, Whittle mentioned him a bunch. He's a JUCO kid.
Yeah.
And was one of the top JUCO players in the country, pitching wise and stuff. And just hadn't been, wasn't as good in the preseason and all that good stuff. But hey, he's been good in the games, right?
Yes.
And he looks like Shane Gillis. So that's, I always laugh, but I like that. I like those kind of pitchers where, it's kind of unexpected. Cause like I said, he looks like a fireballer up there cause he's huge. But then it's like this ball that I know would be very difficult to hit because it just it'll move 3 feet, and you're like, whoa.
Yeah.
So it's kind of one of those things.
He got some good run, as they say. Not that I could see that, but then I've it's interesting. Like we got JB who, could played forever, even at the college level. And I enjoy like watching a game with him and getting his insight because then I learn things about it. Right. And that's another thing that I really like about listening to Stuart Lake on the radio. because he gives you, and it's like, oh, okay, so that's what that means. Oh, that's what that looks like. I'm getting a lot smarter as I, watch and interact more with baseball people, which I'm very happy about.
I learn a lot from baseball people. I still don't like to talk about it a whole lot.
Oh, no, yeah, no.
By the way, go ahead.
No. I was just gonna say, yeah, I get that. I never act like I know anything when I'm talking with them. I'm like, oh yeah, what did you? I'm often a question asker, right? Because I just have that in me. I crave to know more, and B, I'm humble enough to realize that I don't know shit.
Is there a more worthless holiday or pseudo day than National Pie Day?
Is that
3/14? That's tomorrow because pi is 3.14.
Oh, I dig on it for the math side of it, but yeah,
you like math.
I love math. Yeah,
I can add. I'm good at basic sports statistics.
That's right.
But not anything else. Maybe that's why I don't like the Bill Conleys of the world and all the the metrics and stuff. And I think it's a fair question. We're not. It's not on the topic list for today, but it is a good point of discussion if analytics could ruin sports, like you see what's happening in the NBA.
Yeah,
and how it's all about that. So, and in baseball, I think it really could ruin it. I mean, I don't really like these big, gigantic shifts. And I don't see where they're recruiting or scouting anybody that can hit it
where they ain't,
hit it where they're not.
I know, right.
I mean, is that?
Well, see, that was my experience in baseball and even, in softball. I was never a power hitter, right? Not my thing. So you learn to hit it where they ain't. And, you get on base, and it's, I think that's becoming a lost art, to your point, right? Like that aspect of the game is just kind of falling away.
I don't like that.
I don't like it. It looks weird, and then you're like, well, I don't know. It just like, it seems like there's a tool missing from a batter's perspective if you can't beat a shift, right? If you constantly pull everything you hit, then to me, that just, looks like you got some flaws in your game.
Yeah, maybe only the best of the best. I don't know, Phil.
Yeah,
that's another discussion we could go into the weeds on, and probably everybody in the chat box would just quit talking and turn the radio off. Those two numbnuts spent the whole time talking about baseball analytics and shifts.
Analytics and the shift.
Yeah. National Pie Day. Yeah, people eat pie. They go to Denny's. The mathematicians of the world. Hey, guess what, guys? It's Pie Day. Let's go to Denny's.
Yeah. See, I keep them separate. Like I would not. I don't feel like I need to eat pie tomorrow. But I do enjoy celebrating the irrationality.
Yeah, it's right on the verge of St. Patrick's Day, and you have to understand Chicago for St. Patrick's Day.
Oh yeah,
it's I loved when I lived in Columbia, even when I was an adult and went back there though. That one day was that was a big day. The St. Patrick's Day celebration of 5 Points. I lived in 5 Points. That was one of the best days ever. I mean, it was a great day. It was a holiday, but it's, Columbia, Savannah, down south place. But nobody's like taking off for St. Patrick's Day when it's during the week. Up here,
yeah.
St. Patrick's Day a couple of years ago happened to be that Thursday of March Madness, right?
Right.
Opening of March Madness. So the wife and I, when we can, and we're going to do it next Friday. We're not going to do the 2-day thing. We'll go celebrate March Madness. It's a lot of fun, right? And you sit there and get on the app and play the games and all this stuff. So we happened to go up on St. Patrick's Day. It was a Thursday. Dude, the place was packed. Everybody in that place had gotten off. I went to the South Chicago St. Patrick's Day parade. It was right before the pandemic in 2020. That's a grand old time. I mean, it's like Christmas to a lot of people. There's a ton of Irish in Chicago. So that's why they dye the river green. It's going to be probably pretty good weather for it this weekend too. But it's Pi Day, like on the right there on the heels of as a prelude to St. Patty's Day. I don't know. And then you got March Madness the next weekend. That's a holiday for some people. I just think it's kind of crazy. So we're going to kind of talk about what we talked about during the crossover, the NIT.
Yeah.
What do you people think? Bobby, by the way, Nana Sports Chat Box chimes in. He literally takes off for every St. Patrick's Day to include Monday. Well, yeah, Bobby, I salute you for that.
That's right.
I do. I mean, it's different for me because like the Saturday of the thing in 5 Points was always to me like St. Pat, like the actual day. It didn't matter. Yeah. It's Monday this year, by the way, Monday, March 17th.
And my wife is going up to I don't know. She's singing Danny Boy in an Irish pub on Saturday up in Brevard.
Danny Boy.
Yeah.
Oh, that one.
Yeah.
The pipes are calling.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Danny Boy.
Yeah, apparently some guy used to do it every year, and he recently passed, and they needed somebody to fill in. And of course, she would have the pipes. No pun intended to do it.
Oh, Dina can karaoke now.
Yeah.
You should see her and I do Never Been Any Reason by Head East. Only Craig may know that song.
Right.
The music aficionado. But look, it's it's different. But this NIT thing, I guess I wasn't clear on the actual rules, and I also didn't really think it was realistic that the SEC got 14 in the field. And look, Bruin in the Nana Sports chat box says they can't see 14, maybe 12. I don't know who they're going to leave out. That's A. But B, Bruin, you also have to understand Joe Lenardi when he does this, and I track this every year, and especially when the Gamecocks are involved, he ain't wrong, right? There may be one or two, there's maybe some seedings that are off, or maybe one mid-major that he thought would get in doesn't. I mean, it's almost like he misses some intentionally just to kind of
throw people off.
Yeah. His stuff's sourced. And especially when you get closer, and Oklahoma's not even on the bubble. I mean, they're not even going to Dayton. They're the last 4 buys, which means they're kind of safely in.
Yeah.
I don't know. And everybody else is a lock. And Texas was like one of the first. I think they're the first team out right now.
Yeah, and last night, they're the first team out. So if they win against A&M, they more than likely will be one of the last teams in.
Yes. And that means
the NIT would be compelled then to take South Carolina and LSU.
It has to. LSU's a lock for the NIT unless unless for some reason they leave out Vanderbilt, Oklahoma, somebody like Georgia, somebody like that. Those teams are safely in. But I mean, so my question is, because there's some there was some writer that actually his article was not accurate. He said the SEC got 3 auto bids. It's only 2. It's the next 2 in the net rankings. And they're protected. That's it. That's part of the deal. They're in, or they get the invite. Speculated South Carolina would. He's like, I'm assuming they would turn it down. Lamont Paris said no, we'd be interested in any postseason. I mean, they're not going to pay to go play in the CBI or anything at 12 and 20.
No.
But if they got an invite, I mean, keep in mind, during the pandemic, they had to withdraw from the Gasparilla Bowl because of COVID. But that team was going to go play in the Gasparilla Bowl against UAB, which may have been an ugly loss. But
right.
But I don't know that South Carolina is in a position to be, turning down postseason no matter what the circumstances are. And I think with powerful conferences, 20 losses is a bit egregious, right, for a postseason team.
Yeah.
But unlike football, which apparently wants pretty records, basketball cares about strength of schedule, and your actual record isn't as important. Now, 2-17 record in the league and 12-20 overall, that's an ugly record, right? and I agree with those that say, well, they don't have any business being in, but a deal's a deal. And the deal is the next 2 SEC teams get in. So I don't know what everybody in the chat box thinks. Should they, some are like, just decline it and start getting to work on next season if it happens, because there's a good chance. I don't know what the spread is on Texas and Texas A&M. Texas could easily win because Texas knows they have to.
Right.
And they could play up to their potential and win the game. But
I like it. I think there's the one almost selfish aspect of it for me would be I would hope the Gamecocks get the invite and accept and go in there and win 2 or 3 games. And then you can be like, see, not only is the SEC like, here, we'll use a word that gets thrown around and means absolutely nothing in football these days, but this conference is generationally strong, like unprecedentedly strong this season in the SEC. And it would be interesting to see the Gamecocks go in there with this team that everybody's kind of just tanked on, and we've looked beyond in a disappointing season, to actually go out there and be like, see, we are good. And then maybe all this Coach Paris chatter will quiet down, which I think is absolutely asinine.
Yeah,
and to those on Twitter, and to those on Twitter, whom I won't call you out by name, because a lot of you don't use your names. But if the words Ray Tanner always enter into discussions when talking about a specific team and coach in a certain season, you need to look within, brother. You got some problems. You do.
There's a lot of irrational, and I think it's just kind of convenient and all that. Here's what's not on the table for debate. Number one is Lamont Paris's contract, and this notion that Ray Tanner gives all these crazy great contracts to non-deserving coaches. If you're saying that, you need to educate yourself about college sports in a big way. And if you're saying that over and over and over again, you don't understand anything about it. And you're going to be part of the problem in the new era if you don't understand that that's pretty normal in South Carolina. Really, at the end of the day, they've actually done a lot better than their peer schools. I said this before. South Carolina's paid one buyout, for a coach in football, in 27 years. That's amazing. And that was Brad Scott. Brad Scott was 27 years ago. That was Will Muschamp. It was during the pandemic when the department was about 80 million light in revenue, for not their fault. And they paid it 7 games into the season, and it affected nothing but caused some unnecessary complaining by certain people in politics, right? It didn't affect the bottom line. They didn't have to bust the baseball team the next year to LSU because of it. They didn't have to not send the pep band. They didn't skimp on meals. They still paid Beamer's staff when he came in. Beamer took a little less to help with getting some coaches, but so did Steve Spurrier. That's common in college sports. Dabo Swinney did the same thing.
Yeah.
That's called betting on yourself. That's not, we paid this buyout, whatever. Yeah. That's that. Number two, Lamont Paris's contract, when it came out last year, Phil, quite frankly, with Ohio State wanting to hire him, I expected a bigger contract and a bigger buyout.
Right. That could have been a lot more than it was for the redone contract for that specific reason, is to keep him here. And, and if he was crap, then why would Ohio State want him? Is that?
He'd have been in the tournament with them this year.
Yeah, right.
I think the roster building and all that, that's fine. But there's some good coaches that this happens to. I don't think Eric Musselman's forgotten how to coach. Look at what happened last year. If that Arkansas team he had last year had been in this SEC this year, he'd have probably gone 2-16.
Yep.
Because they and they had different sets of issues on that team. But hey, it happened. You just got to fix it. And firing a coach, even if it was financially doable, I don't think there's no way Jeremiah Donati would not have done that. And I think everybody's going to find out in time that Jeremiah Donati is the right guy to get to that for this new era. Everybody has their seasons, right? If you're going to replace Ray Tanner at this point, you need somebody that has the kind of the mindset and skill set that's applicable to the modern era. And I think they made a great hire. But you're going to find out as far as the things that some of you think are the jobs of an athletic director that you love to cast blame on Tanner. It's going to be the same thing. You're not getting any sort of like Mike McGee resurrected thing, which I think some people that were around in that era, Mike McGee would kind of just, I don't want to say bully. I don't like that term, but he was kind of an asshole to people sometimes, and it was effective at times, right? But the guy dropped the ball in facility so bad, Eric Hyman had to take out $200 million in that department to get Carolina just competitive in that department. Now, so there's these athletic directors that have come through here have all done really, really good things, and we should all be grateful for the good things they did because it set the future up for success around here. But there's no magic bullet with all that.
And the current administrative and bureaucratic structure of the university itself takes away some of the, sole discretion of the athletic director to make these decisions. It's not like the athletic director can just go find one guy and because he made his mind up on him can hire that guy. There are a lot of moving parts behind the scenes, even in hiring a coach, which is only one aspect of what an AD does.
Yeah.
Because you got to get board approval. The president's got to sign off on it. I mean, and it's very well documented how disjointed the South Carolina Board of Trustees can be at times.
Yeah, it has been through the years. And I don't know. I'm optimistic about the future. I mean, I think Donati's a good hire. I'm just saying that this whole notion that everything Ray Tanner did needs to be burnt to the ground because
right.
in some ways bad. Did you not like going 26-8 last year? Lamont Paris is the only coach in the history of this sordid tale of a men's basketball program here at Carolina. And it is a sordid tale. You go all the way back through it. He's the only coach to ever lead the Gamecocks to the NCAA tournament in the second year. Ever.
Yeah.
Ever. I'm not excusing the record this year. I think there were some things they did wrong, and they will tell you. I'm just saying, and then going back, I saw one of the responses to going back to Chattanooga. I don't give a flip about Chattanooga. If the guy
happened there,
hey, look, I would be leading the band to get him fired had he gone 8-26 last year. Or even let's say they went 500 last year, made the NIT, and then they slipped back down. You kind of can look and say, hey, they're losing ground here. This
isn't working. Right. Yeah.
But, I think see if they can fix it, give it next year. Other schools are doing that. I mean, Matt McMahon hadn't sniffed an NCAA tournament at LSU.
Right.
That's a better job, honestly. So anyway, I'm just saying it's only, it's his third year. I think he needs a fourth. That's as far as I'm going to go. I could change my opinion next year, but this whole notion of what made it much more inappropriate, Phil, was after that game yesterday, which we had all given up on by the time the show went off.
Right. It's just like, I didn't even watch the start of the second half. I just happened to was like, oh, let's check in. And I'm like, oh, okay.
I looked at they were down 20. All of a sudden it's a 1-point game. But in the frustrating thing about this team, and one that it's very hard not to just go coaching, which we've all been kind of trained to do like SEALs through the years, coaching. The players screwed it up.
Right.
I mean, let's be honest. And I'm not bashing them. I'm just telling you factually what happened. Jordan Butler, who was finally at the point he's doing some good things. You can't let her get boxed out. Like, you're 7 feet tall. He's got to, if he's going to play here, he's at least got to get competitive inside.
Yeah.
And I think that's the idea. He was never supposed to be one of the top players on this team,
right?
A role player. But and if you want to criticize Lamont, why was he in that late with the game on the line? You got boxed out twice, and then you brick a layup. Then Jamari Thomas, right before Arkansas salted it away, and the Gamecocks made yet another comeback.
Right,
jacks up the worst looking 3-pointer I've seen with the game in doubt I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
I don't even think touch the rim.
Yeah, that didn't even hit the rim. No. And then the one, it was like 2.5 minutes left where Ugasuk just pulls up with a guy in his face.
Dude.
I'm like, dude, that's a terrible shot. And then Jay Billis confirmed it for me because he was like, that wasn't really a good shot.
No, it wasn't.
Like, yeah, no, it was not.
And that's what's disappointing. We've had Lamont Paris on the show talking about basketball character. That's where they liked it. During the stretch, when teams would try, they were like, all right, we can't let 30 get it.
Yeah.
For some reason, a lot of these guys, instead of being patient and working it around for a good shot, panicked a bit and thought it was just all on them. I'm like, what body of evidence tells you that that you're going to save this team? You are a point guard and you're 1 for 13 from the field today.
Right.
How many layups have you missed? Ugasu, how many shots have you hit with somebody flying in your face this year?
Yeah.
Let me back that up. How many shots have you taken with somebody flying in your face that have hit the rim this year? I mean,
right.
I'm not being ugly, dude.
No, but
I don't know what kind of magical coaching you can do. I mean, if you want to say, wow, was Butler in the game? Well, with Pringle in it. And because those two offensive rebounds killed Carolina.
Yeah,
that
was,
just
like, because it was 1-point game at that point. Yeah.
Arkansas looked done.
Yeah.
And that happened over and over again in crunch time. You had missed free throws, turnover. I mean, you had the old country buffet of bad basketball. And it's a shame because you play 38 minutes of good basketball.
I know.
So, so I don't understand, like, after that performance, because it is rare, folks. It is rare that you have a team that's last place, 2-16, trying to avoid 20 losses, going against a team that they had beaten, that's super motivated to clinch an NCAA tournament, that's coached by a guy that struggles with Carolina, but and really loses games he shouldn't. And I don't know that his style of coaching is applicable anymore like it once was. But he'll be in the Hall of Fame. John Calipari will be in the Hall of Fame.
Oh, yeah.
You're a coach at Hall of Famer. And I don't care if Mike Krzyzewski's sitting on the bench, right? Coach K. I don't care who's on the bench, guys.
No.
It is rare in a conference tournament that you see a team get down 17 and then 20 in that scenario and then have the guts to come back. Not only come back, maybe they get hot and start, hitting shots or whatever, but come back by playing defense, which is one of the hardest things to do in basketball.
Yeah.
It takes a lot out of you. Colin Murray Bull's all bloodied and stuff.
Right. That it's just, a warrior out there. They're giving everything they have. This team could have quit multiple times this season. You could have looked like LSU yesterday, who obviously gave up. I mean, just like, oh, we're done.
We've wrapped up an NIT, bro.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. We're done.
Bro, see you at the NIT, Tiger Nation.
Yeah, I mean, and to me, that speaks more to coaching than the execution of the players in the moment, right? Because you can drill these guys on how they should do things in game, and if you're going to say coaching is bad, then you're implying then that they have not been taught or instructed how to handle themselves in these situations, and I just find that to be a bit far of a stretch.
Yeah.
It's the execution, right? Like Coach Paris didn't miss a bunny layup with nobody around him like Nick Pringle did. You know, he didn't let some guy fly in from the wing to get a board that should have been boxed out like, you know, Jordan Butler. So it's that, you know, players have these lapses in game. And unfortunately for this team, it just plagued them through the season at the end of these close games. You know, it's like, well, they can't win the close ones. That's why he's a bad coach. I'm like,
coaching's kept them in it. Man.
Coaching is what keeps these guys in this.
Coaching's kept them in it. So anyway, we'll put that to bed.
Yeah.
But you know, as far as the answer to the question about the NIT, Julie chimes in. We are not above playing in the NIT. Not me,
No.
me either. Hats off to Cam. Cam, go have you a beer. Go with your when you hook up with your wife later. Go have you a beer, and maybe you won't like this. Everybody's got different ideas of a good time, right? But I love sitting at the back of Legends Corner. It's right across from the arena, caddy cornered. They have great live. I think they have the best live music on Broadway. Like as far as what the bands play and stuff, every place has live music and stuff like that. But they're really good. And if you sit at the back of the bar, you can hear yourself talk to the people you were with while also enjoying the live music at a incredible volume. And then right out back's the Porch and the Ryman's right there. So it's really cool. It's one of my favorite places on earth. But yeah, man, last year, like I said, I just kind of popped in and popped out on my way down. I caught the game, but man, I wish I could have stayed. That was one party I didn't want to do the Irish goodbye.
Right.
You know, since we're around St. Patrick's
Slip
Day.
out the back.
So checking up on, catching. All right. So what we're going to do, we're going to hit a break because we're way over. And I'll come back. Craig's got an interesting question from the Nana Sports chat box about NIL. And that'll lead into a brief discussion on that. Some rumors out there about the second portal period. Eventful conversation with Bill King today. Folks in Tuscaloosa. Barry from Barry Sanderson on the radio. He's in Nashville for the tournament. So all the like in my Braveheart quote for today, it's brought out all the finest people. Be sure to check out Gamecock Traditions, GamecockTraditions.com. They have some cool new stickers in their stores. If you're in Columbia, head by their locations at Village at Sand Hills, also in Lexington. And the show will come back with a wee little segment as we march towards the end of hour number 1 on a Thursday. We'll be back.
Oh, man. The building is on fire.
Emergencies and accidents happen. When you're in the middle of a fire or water event, all you want is for things to return to normal as soon as possible. Resto Pros of the Midlands is with you, guiding you through the process and working with you to get your home or office back in working order. They'll answer your questions, discuss procedures, and can act as your advocate when it comes to processing your insurance claim. Resto Pros Midlands SC.com. Open 24/7 when you need them. Quality that is guaranteed.
Happy New Year from the Barndominium Company, where they are building dream homes in the Carolinas, Georgia, and Tennessee. Their turnkey process can be custom designed and takes 6 months on average. Make your dream a reality. Visit thebarndominiumco.com. Thebarndominiumco.com. Gamecock owned and operated.
Think about that old ride of yours. The carpools, the road trips, the heavy hauls, date nights, and the dings and the dents and sticky spills and cracker crumbs, and that smell that really never goes away. Do you really want to start the new year in the same old ride? Or is it time for a fresh start? Now's the time for incredible New Year's savings at Love Chevrolet on the entire lineup of award-winning vehicles. Love has more new Chevys on the lot than any other dealer in the Midlands, in the color, style, features you've been looking for. With New Year's savings and Love's famous low price guarantee, your new ride in 25 will be invigorating, exhilarating, and affordable too. South Carolina's #1 volume Chevy dealer, I-26 at Harbison, and online at lovechevy.com. Together, let's drive.
That power of love. Love shall be.
We are back, everybody, inside the Gamecocks The Show. Final segment of the hour here. JC and Phil holding down your afternoon here, about to tip off in Nashville. Well, that's one thing. Like yeah. With all the hype and greatness that's going on in the SEC for basketball wise, like Bridgestone Arena is probably a really fun spot to be this weekend because you're going to get to see a lot of good stuff, right? I mean, not just because it's tournament, but what you're looking at.
It's not, it's not the best arena ever. I saw Jimmy Buffett there one time, and that kind of sucked. It was during the spring, and it was like warm outside, and I'm like, and I'm inside watching.
You should be
Jimmy
outside.
Buffett,
right? Right.
Anyway, but that was I was there for that. I've never been to a Predators game. 24/7 Sports had a like a convention at the arena one time. I used to go. There's it looks like a Space Needle out in front of it, Phil.
Mm-hmm.
It's the baby Space Needle. That's where the Sirius XM studios are. And Bill King, speaking of Bill King, I used to drive in downtown every morning on Thursdays. And now I'm on with Bill Thursdays now.
Right.
And we broadcast live from the Sirius XM studios in the Space Needle there. So I've been in that building a whole bunch, but it's it like last year, one thing I noticed, they've opened a sports book in there because they got like a big sports book and bar, Vegas style. I mean, it's a good time. I wish I could have spent a little more time there. But anyway, Cam, have a great time today, buddy. You deserve to have a blast. Kreger says, speaking of Bill King, a regular Bill King caller said Georgia spent $18 million on football last season. Is that what you were hearing? No, lower. And I know that for a fact. He's about, let's just say several million above. And a lot of fans of blue. It's funny because the Carolina people are like concerned about it, but a lot of these blue blood fans are trolling, making it sound, there's some schools that obviously spend that much when the Ohio State athletic director said it. But one of the biggest misconceptions of all time is, the best teams spent the most in football. Not per year, no. And I don't think Ohio State's spending that much moving forward. I think it was a special situation where they said we could keep a lot of these 6th and 7th round draft picks here and bring them back. And then we can go get about 3 guys that'll plug all the holes and we can roll. And they still almost didn't make the playoff. I mean, everybody's got to remember that. And they were by far the best team, and they were due. Ohio State, they won it in 2002. They won it in 2014. It's about time for 24. It's about time for them to win it again. So, but no, that number's off, and I'll stand by that one based on who I got it from. South Carolina, if they spent 18 last year, South Carolina spent a third of what they spent, and would have won the tiebreaker with Georgia. I mean, so
we're one bad call away from
Georgia didn't spend that much on that roster, man. There's no way. Georgia doesn't spend that. They get a discount because they're Georgia.
I mean, that's the thing. When you win and you've got a history of winning and national titles, you get a bit of a discount. So that's what you're striving towards, is the better you are, the more you invest now, the less you invest later.
Kreger goes 2-13-2 runs killed us. That's got to stop. When he gets an 8-0 run to call a play that can score, watch how many times Pearl calls a timeout. They get a layup off of it the next play. Kreger, I'm with you on timeouts. I'll say this. That's not how South Carolina, that's not how Paris does it. As far as call plays. Jerry Meyer told me this one time, worked with him, basketball guy at Rivals. And we were discussing Bobby Knight and what makes him a good floor coach. He goes, well, he basically invented the motion offense. And he said, okay, well, what's that? Ooh, what's that? What's that? Well, some basketball coaches are like football coaches. They have set plays. They call, like offensive coordinators. Frank was good at that. Frank Martin, really good at dialing up plays. If you execute them, spacing and stuff like that. Others, like the motion offense, and there's no right or wrong way to do this because you can do it either way. It's based on concepts. So, and I confirmed this for real a few weeks back. Lamont's system is based on a set of rules, right? I don't know what those rules are. But if you ever notice how sometimes if they actually run the offense, you eventually get somebody wide open next to the basket or wide open. I mean, it works when it's executed. The problem is, unlike football, you're up and down the court, up and down the court, up and down the court. And it's not, you don't stop, call a play, and then go. I mean, you're doing it in real time, and that gets difficult, especially with players that are not disciplined. And maybe and then when they decide whether to shoot or pass, I mean, there's all this that goes on. So there's not, some secret play. And I think, and I'll have to look at it. I think Bruce Pearl's probably more of a football coach guy.
Right.
Dial it up.
Yeah.
And he's
and
good at that.
listen, that wasn't as big an issue last year when you had a very experienced facilitator running that offense in Talon Cooper, right? That's the one thing that was missing. It was like, we can just let them work it out, right? Because we've got that experience on the court. This year, I mean, I don't know, I'm not in Lamont's head, but plenty of these games, you're going in there with the best athlete on the court. And so that's why we've seen, CMB at the top of the key kind of helping to facilitate that and being able to produce. I mean, that's one of the things that, it will not hurt my feelings to see him go to the NBA because he deserves it. You do not often see players come back and successfully execute that next level of development before they can make the jump. Like not everybody hangs around for one more year and improves their draft stock in any sport. But Cullen Murray-Boyles did that and was successful in that and improved his draft stock year over year in my untrained eye, but also from what we've been hearing from scouts is that he's garnering a lot more attention.
I think that they've talked him up more than folks around here have. Probably because the season's not that good, but they, because around here you talk to folks and you see he's like, well, he needs to work on his outside shot. Even Mike Morgan talks about that. People around the SEC, but the NBA folks love him. They think lottery pick. I've seen multiple mock drafts from legit people that have him up there, and other people have seen it too. We had a discussion on the Big Spur today about it. So and look, man, if he needs to go. If he's a lottery pick, you need to go. The money in basketball is so amazing. It is good.
Yes.
I mean, it is good. And so, dude, hats off. He gave it his all, man. There's not. Yeah, it's another. It wasn't his fault. I think his teammates should have maybe looked for him a little more because if you follow the rules of the damn offense, Cullen Murray-Boyles is eventually going to pop open and be able to do something.
Right.
You have to put the rules on the refrigerator, Eddie. Lillian cannot go outside.
Cannot go outside
again. But
yeah. I mean, obviously he just, what an incredible athlete. And we've all been fortunate to have him be here this year and hell to pick the Gamecocks to start with. I mean, I don't think we saw that from him preseason last year when he's a freshman, right? You weren't expecting that level of play out of this guy.
Not that.
Yeah.
Not lottery pick, Phil, but he was the best player in the preseason. He got mono. You notice how much bigger he is now?
Dude, he
lost 30 pounds, brother.
I saw a compilation of him, from both years, early in last season, because we were hearing all kind of good stuff come out of that,
mono,
and then mono,
Last year's team was just kind of different. They followed the rules, right? They did a good job of following the rules.
Execute.
So anyway, that's the thing there. But Craig, I think you bring up a good point. I think it's fair to say, yeah, sometimes Lamont should call a timeout. I think what he's trying to do is just everybody stay calm.
Yeah.
Everybody don't get nervous. Think about it, slow down, follow the rules, and everything will be fine. And so many they don't. And then defensively, I don't know the secret sauce to his defense. I just know that most of his teams have been able to play pretty good defense at times. This year's team had some bad lapses early, but not. So anyway, Kreger says Pringle can go. Missed 2 critical free throws again. Sick of it. That is frustrating.
Yeah, and that's not the first time either.
That is frustrating.
A couple of those close ones, free throws win them.
Robert rightfully points out Bruce Pearl has better players. Yeah, I was just kind of pointing out Bruce's. I mean, different basketball coaches are all different. It's not like football. And I wouldn't have known any better because my high school basketball coach was a play caller. He would 1, you run 1, 2, you run 2. 1, 2,
look over.
That's okay. What we're But I like that idea of concepts and you think as disciplined as Bobby Knight was as a coach, that dude was playing a lot of 49, 47 games. They weren't. Indiana would score all over you.
Yeah.
So, all right. Want to remind everyone about Underdog Fantasy. Underdog Fantasy is helping Garnet Trust. So here's all you got to do. Go in, download Underdog Fantasy. It's a fun game. Be sure you check with your state law, whatever state you're in, because I'm in Illinois, and the fun may be different for me than you. All you got to do is download it, deposit $10 in your account, put a $5 game. It's kind of an over-under game on points scored and stuff. I actually won $63 the other night on 2 $5 plays just by going under. College basketball players, I'm going under their scoring total because they're for the most part, a lot of them are very disappointing as far as scoring goes. But it's a lot of fun, and Garnet Trust gets $150 out of it. 1801 Media, which is the media arm of Garnet Trust, which does player-produced content primarily. Grayson Griner has a podcast with them. They're the ones kind of out there doing it, so you got to use code 1801. But trust me, that helps NIL. Underdog Fantasy. Download thy app. Play some March Madness fun over-under games. Like I said, all you got to do is put in 10, spend 5. Garnet Trust gets $150. So that's like helping Garnet Trust by spending $10 and giving a $150 donation to them. And those funds are definitely needed. We'll be back second hour inside the Gamecocks. The show rolls on a Thursday after this.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire. Ain't nobody got time for that.
Disaster comes uninformed. During and after natural disasters or accidents, there can be a heavy loss to property. It can become extremely difficult to bounce back to what you knew before. Having your home or office destroyed or damaged by water, fire, smoke, or mold affects your personal and business lifestyle. Resto Pros of the Midlands is here to help. Open 24/7. Call them when you need them. 803-493-0170.
Set up a screen, and it goes to Brewer. 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown, Brewer. His second of the day. Pitches it to Brewer. Turns the corner. Touchdown, number 3 of the afternoon.
Hey folks, it's Mike Morgan for Ryan Brewer Fence. That's right, you know the former Gamecock legend as a terrific college football player. Well, I know him as that too. I also know him as the guy that runs a great business, one of the best businesses in South Carolina. How do I know that? Well, for one, I'm actually a client of Ryan's. I had my home in Columbia done years ago, and his crew did an outstanding job, just as he does for everybody else. Whether you're in the market for a fence, railings, columns, or anything in between, their craftsmanship, their experience, and service second to none. Ryan Brewer Fence has over 15 years of experience with consultation and installation of residential and commercial fencing and railings. Rest assured your job will be done with an unparalleled level of expertise, and it's done on time, and they do it right the first time. Again, you're not going to do any better than Ryan Brewer, Ryan Brewer Fence. The website is ryanbrewer.net. Set up an appointment today. Tell them Mike sent you.
You don't have to be Scottish to enjoy South Carolina's most unique family festival, a celebration of Celtic culture. Tartan Day South, built by Culpeper Wood. Experience adventure, Highland games, music, dancing, animals, crafts, rides, a car show, and a parade. Kick off your weekend with a Celtic concert on Friday and a full day of affordable fun and festivities on Saturday at the historic Columbia Speedway. April 3rd through 5th. Get your tickets and more information at tartandaysouth.com. Your first visit won't be your last.
Welcome back, everybody, inside the Gamecocks The Show. Firing up the second hour of the show here on Thursday. Action underway in Nashville at the SEC Men's Basketball Tournament. And JC and I want to talk a little, continue, I guess, the NIL conversation. Brought up. Yeah, I mean,
broadly.
It's
broadly.
Not specifically,
I'm not going to get too much on a soapbox today
about
it. Did want to mention right when we got back that Bill King today goes, JC, I'm going to ask you the most embarrassing question ever. And I'm like, oh my God. Has he heard about the white wiener too?
Yeah, right.
I mean, I was like, unbelievable. For those that didn't catch the episode the other day or wonder what I'm saying, there's a hot dog restaurant we affectionately call the White Wiener that's called Wilden's. And I brought it up the other day, and the chat box had a lot of fun with it and had a lot of fun with it on Tuesday and maybe Wednesday too. I'm not saying, I'm not confirming nor denying any of that. However, so here was the question. So apparently Carson Beck and one of the Cavender twins who he's dating went to Nashville and broke up publicly. Or something. I have not Googled the story, Phil. Maybe you can. I don't know.
Let's see here.
And we've been talking a lot about Carson Beck here on the show with Mike. And part of that Brad Crawford versus Kirby Smart discussion was Brad. And he was arguing with Chris Phillips. And you guys know I like Chris personally and stuff. And he's a lightning rod, though, of course, around here. And but he told Chris Phillips, he's like, tell me that again when Carson Beck's the first quarterback taken in the next draft. And I'm like, that's bold, number one. Number two, I don't agree with it at all. I think he's more likely to never play football. I think he's more likely, Phil, to never play football again, including this year at Miami, than he is to be the first quarterback taken. I could be wrong because there's a long time to go. And maybe, and look, so Bill asked me, how would this affect things? And I'm like, well, I'm not super high on this guy anyway. I'll tell you this about Carson Beck. I think he is a good quarterback that had a great year with a great team around him, namely Brock Bowers and Ladd McConkey and those guys. Wasn't even close to what Stetson Bennett could do. A lot of people want to blame that on Mike Bobo. There's a reason Stetson Bennett was starting and not Carson Beck. Okay. I think that, I think this year, I don't want to say exposed because, I mean, heck, they won, 10 games. And until the fourth quarter, he was the quarterback on the SEC, playing the SEC championship game. I mean, I'm not saying Carson Beck was bad this year at all. He just wasn't as good. He was merely good, not great. Right.
Yeah.
And there were some plays where you go, boy, I bet he wish he could have that one back. And then by the time, the fourth or fifth one that you've seen in 2 weeks rolls around, you're like, man, he's got some issues. and this is a guy that has not been shy about his money, driving fancy cars and the like, and got right in the portal and took the new payday and dating the Cavender twin and 10 million in NIL and all this good stuff. And he didn't play all that well last year. Maybe he had an injury. Who knows? There's probably, I'm sure his camp would say there's a lot of reasons for that. They would probably also blame it on poor Mike Bobo. Mike Bobo's only problem at Georgia, Phil, is that he was the coordinator for 17 years under Mark Richt.
Yeah, for a team that potentially went 10 or perennially went 10-2, which
yeah,
you take, but it was during that stretch that they didn't even sniff the national title for 40 years.
They were close twice.
Yeah.
In 2002, which was Mark Richt's second year there, Georgia coaches in their second year do all right because Kirby played for all the marbles in his second year as well and won the SEC in his second year like Mark Richt did. That team was really good. I mean, they finished 13-1. That was my first year living in Gainesville, Georgia. And all the dogs at the newspaper were just beside themselves because it had been 22 years since they'd won the SEC, or 20 since they'd won the SEC. They had a big drought, right? Just in winning the SEC. They hadn't been to Atlanta at all in a decade since that started. That 2002 team was like a magical season for Georgia. David Green, David Pollock. Of course, we remember David Pollock sacking Corey Jenkins, that amazing play that will live in infamy. But they were really close. What happened? They played the Florida Georgia game that year, Phil, at night in Jacksonville, which made it weird.
Yeah,
it had a 7:30 ESPN kick instead of the normal 3:30. And Phil, they lost to Florida again, to the Zucker.
Yeah,
right. In his first season, they lost 20-13. That was their only loss. They still went to Atlanta, beat the crap out of Arkansas. Who played for the 2002? 2002, it was undefeated Miami, undefeated Ohio State, so they got shut out of the BCS title game. Had there been a 4-team playoff, I think they would have probably beaten that Ohio State team. That Miami team, that was really, really good. They just suffered an upset in the championship game to Ohio State. I think probably, I mean, I'm not, but they would have been in the hunt. And then in 2012, I was at the SEC championship game and the dude, Chris Conley, fell down. They had Alabama beat in the last minute. They were down 32-28 after blowing a 21-10 lead. They throw this ball to Conley. He falls down and the clock runs out. And they would have taken Notre Dame, Everett Golson's, Brian Kelly's Notre Dame team.
Oh, yeah.
They had taken Notre Dame to the woodshed. They had Todd Gurley and Keith Marshall and all those guys.
Yeah, that was a really good team. And it just, I remember that we were in Gatlinburg with the in-laws when that happened. And we had just gotten back in time to see like the fourth quarter of the championship game.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember that play. I'm like, oh, God. You got to drop that ball, buddy.
Yeah, I was with my buddy,
buddy.
My buddy Kevin Atwell, who was the MacGyver of sneaking liquor into the game. I went with him to the 2003 Carolina Georgia game, and that was for some reason they weren't making you dump out your purse or anything. So he fills up these Ziploc bags with bourbon and puts them in my wife's purse, right? My wife at the time, my first wife. And we go in the game, and he gets these gigantic Coca-Cola Stadium cups, and we're just sitting there in the stands mixing bourbon, and everybody was doing it.
Bourbon and Coke, yeah.
So security gets a little tighter by the time the 2012, 10 years later rolls around. And I look before we're out there tailgating, and we're all going to the game. He's like, oh, hold on a minute. And he rolls up his pants. He had these capri pants on, And you know how you have the little band around your leg where you put the knife in, the dagger?
Right.
He had a bottle of Canadian Club and he just stuck it in there and walked through. I love that guy.
That's awesome.
And he was at that was that game, and we walked out afterwards, and he's driving us back to the hotel, and he's like, man, and he just looked at me, he's like, Mark Rick's a nice guy, but I just don't know. And that was their big chance, you know. And that 2012 team, Carolina beat the bejesus out of them, but that was their only loss to Alabama. So they've been close twice, but Dog fans, you know, because of that era coming close, always good, not good enough, overshadowed by Bama. And that's why they don't like. That's why you know, and I understand that's human nature. If you're going to go home again and have a position like that, things better go perfect. I think Mike Bobo could go someplace else and be very, very successful as a coordinator, but going home again kind of sucks. And so I get it. But some people blame that. Krager says Carson Beck had 35 drops. That's certainly a factor.
Yeah.
That happens with everybody. But there were just some I don't look at him and go top pick in the draft. I don't even look at him and I wouldn't draft him. Matt did point out in the Nana Sports chat box, NFL teams are dumb with their quarterback picks sometimes. Absolutely.
Yeah, there's a lot of ego that goes into making that.
I can save him.
Yeah, right.
I can save him.
Yeah. Listen, I know what he needs.
But yeah, watch that at North Carolina, by the way. Here's some of the rhetoric coming out of Lombardi, their GM's mouth, and Belichick's not going to say it, but you know what he's thinking. Oh, these college guys. I'm just gonna wait till he runs into Dabo Swinney.
I can't wait. They play each other next year
it's
too.
in Chapel Hill.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Wait till he runs into Dabo, man. And you're like, you know, you're probably going to be like, this guy's apparently cheerleading on the other side. He's clapping. Bill Belichick. He seems to be clapping. Well, all right. And his son, Hard Rock Harry, is the D coordinator.
I know.
Anyway,
it's going to be interesting. Like for me, like that's the team with the widest range of outcomes.
Yes.
For me, preseason, right? Like they really could, because they're in the ACC. It is Bill Belichick, and all of that could fall into place, and they just run roughshod through the ACC with these guys that he's mined and eval to the point where he just nails it. On the other hand, it could go real bad, real fast.
It reminds me of Charlie Weiss at Notre Dame.
Yes,
right?
That's a good comment.
Now Weiss, and you kind of you saw it. It's like when he had Brady Quinn, he announced to the world, "We'll have a strategic advantage every game we play." Here's a little secret. Had Spurrier not taken the job, Weiss was next on McGee's list because he's a former South Carolina grad assistant and has a degree from the University of South Carolina. Charlie Weiss Sr., not Junior. Weiss announced he had, and there were Clemson people. I remember Upstate Radio when Spurrier first came. I was in Nashville and I drive through and hear, well, they should have hired Charlie Weiss. Why'd they hire Steve Spurrier? That's Scott. Blah. We have mighty Tommy Bowden, you know, some of the asinine rhetoric that came out of people's mouth because Weiss was winning. I mean, we can only see what's in front of us. And he had Jimmy Clausen, and Jimmy could run that offense. But then when he went to Florida and Kansas, no quarterback that understood what the hell he wanted to do. Right. Disaster.
Gone, just crash and burn.
And in the next chapter of Will Muschamp's the most unlucky coach in the history of football, they kind of were like Florida Jeremy was kind of like, you need to hire Charlie Weiss as your OC that first year. I remember they were just terrible. John Brantley looked lost. It was Sac City. It was bad. And so then he leaves, and I think he went to the Chiefs and then took the Kansas job and stunk there. My point is, these NFL guys, if you have got a player that can think NFL, especially at quarterback, you're golden. Maybe Max Johnson if he recovers health-wise, can play that way. I don't know. But it's just going to be interesting to me because the ego – I'm not criticizing Bill Belichick because he has an ego. But if I were Bill Belichick, I would have a big ego. Wouldn't you?
Yeah.
He's dating a 24-year-old who's hot.
Right. You got everything.
and he's considered the greatest football coach of all time. He's coaching at North Carolina. I think with the media, he's shown some humility and personality that he didn't do in the NFL. So maybe he gets it, but that's going to be fascinating. And then here's the final thing. We've gotten off track talking about TCU and Carson Beck's girlfriend, Carson Beck's relationship.
Yeah, apparently it is. I don't know. It's. I was reading a UK Daily Mail. That's how far this thing has.
UK
stretched.
Daily Mail.
Yes,
went there?
a UK Daily Mail article on this, where sources say that Carson Beck has yet again sent some Snapchats. Careful, friends. That's not something you need to be involved in. Like it's no. And then and she's unfollowed him on socials on Instagram. So, I mean, if that's not 2025 official, then I don't know what is unfollowing somebody on Insta.
On brand.
I know.
So there's that. But here's another little tidbit. Okay, so Deion Sanders was the most interesting coach in the world when he took the Colorado job, right? ESPN actually, I think they were big noon kickoff for the TCU game, his first game.
Oh yeah.
And guess what happened? They beat TCU. So here we are in 2025, 2 years later.
Mm-hmm.
And history kind of repeats itself sometimes in this sport. North Carolina opens on Monday night, Labor Day night, which kind of sucked for South Carolina because that pushed Notre Dame Miami back to Sunday night. So the Gamecocks will have an afternoon kickoff that Sunday and be the undercard. It's okay. At least they get to go against Virginia Tech. But Tar Heels play Monday night in Chapel Hill. It is in Chapel Hill. I think Deion went to TCU, to Fort Worth. And their opponent is TCU. Will Sonny Dykes go down to the GOAT and Hard Rock Harry?
Do you want to be the first one?
And a potential one-legged quarterback? I don't know.
Right. One-legged quarterback.
I don't know, brother. But anyway, so I was asked the question, would that affect Carson Beck? And I was reminded of a good B movie that I liked back in the day that may end up like The Black Hole, where I go back and watch it and I'm like, this is god-awful, called The Slugger's Wife. It had it was based on a Neil Simon play. But I think it had Rebecca De Mornay in it. I'm not sure. Anyway, it was set before the Braves were good. And he played the baseball player basically meets a singer that's like, and he starts playing well. Then they break up and they don't play well, which I think is kind of a storyline in The Natural. A woman, it's kind of like the Samson and Delilah thing, right? Or somebody, I don't know what exactly happens in The Natural. I have to go rewatch it. But the Slugger's Wife was definitely that. And then she leaves him and he goes in a big slump. And the Braves end up getting eliminated from the playoffs. And that sucked for me as a young Braves fan. But so I just dropped that reference on Bill King. I said, well, it just depends, if that's his magical power to play well, because I don't know that it is, then it could be a disaster and he could fall apart. But this may end up being a positive for him.
Right.
Although he is at Distraction University. I mean,
yeah.
What made Miami great back in the day is all the players from Miami that it didn't affect them because they're from there.
Because they're used to it. Right.
All these guys from other places that go there. I mean, it's just, and then they pay out the nose for NIL.
I know.
Where's my motivation to go push a tire across the field?
Right. Yeah. To really commit yourself to the off-season conditioning program.
Nothing but beautiful babies on the shoreline 10 minutes away. And I've got, and look, that's one thing when you're working towards being a millionaire and living that life that can motivate you. But if you're already a millionaire and you're driving a Maserati, I think I would want to be on South Beach, Phil, instead of pushing the tire.
Yeah.
I think I may call in sick a few days.
Yeah. You're sitting there in
COVID.
Yeah, peak physical condition yourself, surrounded by peak physical condition all over the place.
Dude, and money and a bank and a fat stacks in your bank account.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. I mean, I don't know, but I've talked too long about this. Anywho, one of the things Bill brought up, and shout out to Craig, because he texted me this morning and was like, Bill's saying there's rumors that, there's 2 schools are hot and heavy coming after Dylan Stewart, one of Carolina's best players. And I'm like, oh my God, are we going to go through this again? Just because, you never know. I could not tell you. There's no 100% with this stuff, right? No, there's no 100%.
Right.
I would be shocked if Dylan Stewart bolted in the second portal period for more money, right? Do I think other schools would gladly pay him handsomely? Yes. Do I know that he's getting paid handsomely at South Carolina? Yes. Yeah. I think with Dylan specifically, and Bill and I talked about this, that's a kid that could have gone anywhere he wanted out of high school. So, unlike a guy like, say, Nick Eamon-Warre, who I was told one time, sometimes Eamon-Warre would kind of not say think about leaving, but, he'd kind of bring it up. And I'm sure his agent took some calls and stuff. But he was a one-offer guy that got a Virginia Tech offer, committed to South Carolina. That's all he needed. He wasn't Alabama. Nick Saban wasn't in his living room, and you didn't have all the, and that's addictive for these kids. I mean, you've heard the phrase de-recruitment. There's some kids that just can't let go. I've seen good players that have a lot of work to do to play in college, but that have a chance get derailed because everybody under the sun kissed their ass for a long time. Then they get there and it's time to work. And they don't want to work. And so they get in the portal because they want to have their ass kissed again. And I'm fine. That's not a personality flaw. That's called being 18. And that's also human nature. I like having my butt kissed. You can ask some of my former bosses.
Everybody likes having their ego
Everybody.
stroked, right?
Well, it's addictive. It's
you're
addictive.
doing a good
Feels
job,
good.
buddy. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but Dylan has had that. And he picked to be in Columbia, South Carolina. And the Gamecocks are taking care of him. So I don't see it. Come to find out, though, it was a big fan of mine and us, and a club chief fan and all that. Tom from Myrtle Beach. Come to find out, Tom from Myrtle Beach had heard people talk Ohio State and who was it? Auburn, maybe Georgia, at a Coastal Carolina baseball game. They had told him, and so he asked Bill about any rumor about that. And I was like, oh, well, that's that kind of talk is, I mean, you all the stuff you heard about Lenore Sellers back in the day, which primarily came from Auburn boosters talking to their friends, and it got out, that kind of thing. So
what are your feelings on the spring portal period?
I think this, Phil, I think what coaches want to have happen is this, some of them, not all of them, but there's a fan element to it. And I don't know. I don't know. You could probably make it better. Is they want to switch to a model because you got so much going on during June anyway,
right?
With recruiting and stuff. You have like OTAs, like they do, like instead of having spring practice. In other words, you wait for the semester to end. And then football essentially, and it maybe kind of makes sense now if the playoffs going to go to January 20th.
Right. I know.
Give them you have the rest of that. They have that whole semester off. Like in baseball, they have the whole semester off in the fall. And the reason for that is, well, most of your high school players and JUCOs enroll early, but not all of them. There's still some that, just because of academic calendar issues and things like that, they don't graduate early. They want to go to prom, whatever. And so you have those guys now on your roster. Then also the second portal period guys. And from a coaching standpoint, it looks, it would be easier, because you can coach your whole team. Go 2 weeks in June, no game. But that's during recruiting. And then June becomes, along with prospect camps and everything else, this festive football time. I think it takes away seriously from the fans who enjoy the spring game and the festivities around it. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what they need to do. I think with the emphasis on revenue these days, you can probably get like what's called a football showcase weekend together in the spring, have the guys that are there go out and run drills and maybe play a little 7-on-7, do a lineman challenge like they do at camps, open up the stadium, let people come in, charge for get a ticket to get unlimited autographs and photos. Everybody gets to meet the players on the field, and the fans would be happy. The actual game, as long as they get to see something, oh, that guy looked good running 1-on-1s, whatever. I think they could replace it. And then but as far as actually working on next season's football team, June will be much, much better than spring, because you have in theory, you have your whole team. There's going to be a few here and there that, that's going to be in August, but very few players out of high school come in August. They all come in June, some July, but mostly August. So, and then if you keep the second portal window, then obviously that's that you could still set your roster. So I think in conjunction with that, that's the only way we'll keep the second portal window.
Yeah.
I think that honestly, it's probably going to go away. But,
I think it should. Yeah.
The bottom line too on all that though is, as we found out with this Wisconsin thing, there's no rule against a player getting out, leaving a school, unenrolling, and going to another school, and just showing up there. Right.
Right.
Technically, the reason you get in the portal, Phil, is so other schools can contact you. That's what that's for.
Yeah.
And so you're like, well, but you can leave and go anytime you want. I mean, so there's nothing keeping him there. I think the vast majority I don't think you're going to see mass transfer. Like, that guy's just leaving the family here. He's going to walk away. He could just leave at any time.
Yeah.
So I think it'd be smart to maybe do away with it. But I think if you're going to keep it, you do need to consider moving those off-season training things to June.
Yeah.
And then you kind of have the whole summer to work on football. My kid's high school team does that. Damn, they practice. They don't go in full pads, but he has football practice the whole month of June. Like when I was coming up, it was just weightlifting and running, like they're doing now in the winter.
Right.
You lifted, you ran. Football was safe for you did 7-on-7 in Illinois. That Lockport High School football is questionably coached as they are. They have practices, so maybe you could do it like that. But the second portal window, I don't know.
I'm not a fan. I think as much as these coaches decry what the spring games and all of that, it was like that wouldn't be an issue if there were no second portal period. If the spring portal window were not there.
And I still maintain that's ridiculous. I think Matt Rule and those people, they're more I think there's a lot of reasons not to have a spring game, including injuries.
Right.
I think that if you're worried about some kid not, transferring because he's second on the depth chart, well, does he not going to know in practice that he's, that's the first team? And you don't put 22 guys out there with your first team. No. Nevertheless, and then you just divide the teams up evenly, don't go ones versus twos.
Yeah.
The film thing's ridiculous, but I think that's part of, hey, this second portal period's not healthy for our sport. And so we'll see kind of how that goes. But I'm for all. If they want to change it that way, I think it's overwhelmingly positive for football. As long as they, you got to do something for the fans in the spring. Some kind of cock fest or something.
Keep them. Yeah, there you go.
Do it St. Patty's Day Saturday. Everybody 4 out of 5 points over to Willie B for a festival.
Well, you hit it right around the opening of SEC play for baseball and softball and
call it
and
Cox
5
Fest.
Points. Yeah,
that's a good name for it.
Cox Fest.
Cockfest.
I like that. I like that.
Anyway, final break coming up on Inside the Gamecocks, the show. Want to tell everybody, follow us on X at Gamecocks Show. Follow us on Instagram at Inside the Gamecocks. Like our Facebook page, Inside the Gamecocks. Like our Chief Sports Facebook page, Chief Sports Net. Really going to be doing some cool stuff with those social channels. Already started on that. So I remind everybody to do that. Also download the Chief Sports app. And then want to give a shout out to Resto Pros of the Midlands, as always, for sponsoring Inside the Gamecocks The Show. Final segment coming up on Thirsty Thursday. Phil and JC after this.
Hey, this is Cornbread Cowboy, and you're listening to the show. We'll be right back.
The Aventon Adventure 2 takes the same basic design as the original Aventon Adventure, making it an adventure bike designed to take you places that typical roads just don't reach, allowing you to ride whatever terrain you want based on your whims of the day. Look at what you're getting. Hydraulic disc brakes, torque sensor for responsive pedal assist, great LED lighting, suspension, a beautifully welded frame with excellent build quality, included rear rack, included fenders. The list just keeps going on.
Visit electricbikescharleston.com for more. Welcome to Palm Casual Patio Furniture. Because we are the factory, Palm Casual has the ability to offer the highest quality outdoor furniture paired with world-class service. Since 1979, our factory showrooms have done our best to make the buying process as easy as possible for our customers. Our understanding of the many factors that go into your decision has helped us create our 30-day trial period that increases the level of comfort our customers feel during the shopping experience. Visit us in Somerville, Mount Pleasant, Myrtle Beach, and Bluffton, and online at palmcasual.com for our products and out-of-state locations. Go Gamecocks! Welcome home. That's what the Gamecocks say, and so does nationally recognized the Barndominium Company, where they are building dream homes in the Carolinas, Georgia, and Tennessee. Their turnkey process can be custom designed and takes 6 months on average. Make your dream a reality. Visit thebarndominiumco.com, thebarndominiumco.com.
Mike here for one of the better dining options in the capital city. You know, when I first moved there, I asked people around the radio station, where are the best wings? Well, the consensus was D's Wings. That was then. Today, they still have the best wings, but it's so much more. Now in their new location at 415 Meeting Street in West Columbia, yeah, they get voted the best wings on a routine basis. Yes, they get voted the best sports bar on a routine basis, but they're not just about wings, and really, they're not just a sports bar. It is a family-run local restaurant and bar with 20 TVs and 25 beers on tap. And how about these daily specials? Every Monday night at D's, you've got 75-cent wings from 4 until closing. Tacos on Tuesday. Then on Wednesday, 18 wings and a pitcher of beer for $29. You've also got ribs and oyster bucket specials on Thursday. And no matter how big the party is, 20 or more, no problem. Just call ahead of time and they'll take terrific care of you. They'll do takeout as well. And guess what? A human will answer the phone and take the order. Billy and his staff do an outstanding job. Check out D's 415 Meeting Street in West Columbia.
Welcome back, everybody. Final segment of Inside the Gamecocks The Show here on Thursday. Kind of wrapping things up on the NIL discussion here, JC. How much confidence do you have that Congress is actually going to do something to step in and kind of regulate some of what's going on?
None. It's the media too. I mean, and this whole notion that, I mean, look, I know most of our audience is hardcore. There's a ton of people on X that I know you all are social media consumers, but I think there's a big problem in our country, Phil, among leadership in all aspects, even businesses, because we're all kind of glued to it that is real life, and it's not. And maybe and I don't think anybody in our chat box really. I think most of the American people understand that, right? I understand it because I was on message boards for almost 10 years before there was a Twitter. So now everybody in the country is on a message board, a gigantic message, multiple message called social media. That's tough, man.
Yeah.
I honestly don't care about what a lot of these folks have to say. I use it for news. If it's a fan of ours or Gamecocks, I do care what you have to say. But some of these folks that are on social media are just insane. And I don't really, it makes me think less of society to kind of see some of the groupthink and the attacks. But for someone that's just like dumb about it, which I think a lot of the leaders are, and a lot of decision makers are all over the place, that's affected decisions, right?
Yeah.
And so the media stirring it up and getting people to agree many times based on their political ideology.
Yeah, it's far too often you see folks at the national level push an agenda, which I don't like.
And they've been pushing this for a while.
Yeah.
And here's the thing about it, Phil. It's either there are some in the national football, college football media that are like free market, absolutist, libertarian types that, because it's politics, and I'm going to talk politics a little, that are like, whatever somebody wants to pay somebody, that's fine. Go make as much money as you want. That's the American way, which in theory it is. You know, your value is whatever somebody wants to pay you. Okay. That's not a good fit for college football. And there are certain types of businesses and you know, competition-based things out there where it's not a free-for-all, you know, where you do have salary ranges and stuff like that. And in sports where you're competing on the field in games, there have to be parameters and rules to go with it. Otherwise, you're going to ruin the game. You know, even Gamecock fans that you know react to things like Georgia, and I'm not blaming anybody for reacting to it. I mean, I love those questions and I'll answer them, but that's meant for somebody to say that is meant to say, oh, look at us, we're Georgia, we're beating everybody's butt, and we got more money, you know. And what that does is it makes people that are fans of other schools that are not historically as good feel like, well, we can't compete, just like the last 125 years. That's what that's designed to do, along with rumors that your best players are going to be poached. Because Carolina hadn't been able to really compete consistently at a high level on the field. And so what makes you think they're going to have, you know, the ability to do it financially? Well, the finances are different, right?
Yeah.
So you have the free market absolutists that they won't, if I want to go pay a player for $1 million to tweet, I should, by God, be able to do that. And nobody can stop me. And then on the other side, on the left, you have the people that are, because of their political ideology, because, you know, they don't understand that unions don't work in all businesses across our country. They don't work in all states across our country. It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean that the unions in Illinois aren't overwhelmingly positive things for the people that work in Illinois. And it doesn't mean that the right to work states don't have people that can go out and make a lot of money because there's less business regulation. And you can kind of those states kind of have more of an entrepreneurial spirit. And public sector unions, which is what we'd essentially be doing because most of these schools are public, are outlawed.
Right.
They're outlawed in some states against the law.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so, but that's what they're pushing for, along with some of their buddies who are agents. Because you know what? If they go to employment, you know, it goes up. Here's what happens with employment, though. There are all these regulations in our country about employees. It's a big difference. I mean, we have some employees on the Big Spur. They get taxes taken out. You got to make a matching contribution, all that good stuff. You have to insure them and offer insurance. Not that college football players don't get the best insurance ever while they're playing. That happens. And that should happen. But there's tax implications. There's, like payroll taxes, there's regulations, there's laws about firing and all that good stuff, terminating the con, so you kind of lose the ability. You have to go through things to fire people. When you do employment, here's a list of things I will not do, that kind of thing. And that's fine. That's fine for pro ball, right?
Yeah.
That's a professional league. At college, it would be a disaster. It would be a disaster because it's just not feasible. And there's in this revenue share, there's a way. I think the number's fair. I think the way they're going to do it here, it's like this. It's like if let's say a university, just for poops and giggles here, produced a television show. Let's say that television show was very popular and made a ton of money and got big old ratings. And their students their theater students were acting students. Theater and television students were acting in it. They were the stars of the show. They would be paid.
Right.
Something. They would be paid a cut of things. And so I get that because college sports is just, the reason, beside, the fan interest and the passion is the reason that the television products are so highly consumed. And so you would not pay them. So the people are like, they should just be happy with an education. Your normal students get money. I mean, if you're a computer programmer and you go freelance with Google, you get paid. Even if you are all other students, no matter
whether you're on scholarship or not. Also.
You're free to go work. So student athletes, and the reason they didn't do it before, more so than greed, it was about cheating.
Right.
Because some schools would have better benefits than others, you get booster money. And so that would be a disaster, but that's what a lot of these folks are pushing for. So that's why you see with the NIL thing, they came out today with talking about the clearinghouse, right? Where professionals are going to approve anything over $600. That's the sticking point. I think they're going to get sued over it. I'm far from thinking it's airtight when you talk about the courts in our country. That's why Congress needs to pass a law. But one of the national sports writers is like, oh, yeah. So the NCAA is starting an organization and hiring people to tell them that they have to make less. Good luck with that. And I'm like, this is okay. So here's the alternative, because every decision that's made, you have to ask yourself, what is the alternative? Here's the alternative. Boosters continue to write millions of dollars worth of checks to collectives, and all that booster money, which they're trying to get out, which is common sense,
right,
continues to get spent. And you not only have schools lose players and get players poached because, we also have unlimited free agency in the sport. Where some schools end up being, the minor league thing everybody predicted isn't happening right now, at least with regards to Power 5 schools, right?
Right.
South Carolina is not a minor league for bigger brands with more money, but it could become that way. I mean, it could literally become that way when you do it that way. And then on top of that, you're not serving your players, because there is something we just talked about, Carson Beck, called too much money. And I think 20% of the revenue is about what the players are worth. And all of it, none of this takes into account the 98% of players that aren't going pro. None of it. That they have been the most crapped on people through this whole thing. And so if you start screwing around with employment and all your best players take you for a ride, then these other guys are just going to have to go with scholarship or just a little bit of money. Because it's at that point, it's just a shark eat shark kind of situation. And it's because of politics that they're pushing this, because of their ideology on both sides. Both sides. And so the alternative to not having an NIL clearinghouse is to have rev share and then booster money on top of that, and then it just gets insane.
Yeah, and then it's even more money than you were getting when there was, no rev share, because now everybody's got a floor.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and a third
with a limitless ceiling.
and they're going, and they're going to have to, So my question to the snarky national college football media, the card carrying union member, up there, the teamster, if you will, or to the free marketer that wants people to be able to write checks for $1 million for a tweet because that's just how he feels about politics. I would ask them to take the politics out of it and understand that this is a sport. One of the most common things I see message boards everywhere else is people talking about, we have some great business people in our state, right? We have some great business people that are Gamecock fans. Nothing but respect there. A lot of times you'll hear some of those folks talk about, well, if this is, I wouldn't run my business this way. No, of course you wouldn't. But college athletics didn't run like a traditional business. Nobody,
not for-profit enterprise.
People they'd use that to bash Ray Tanner too. We have to run this like a business, like Ray, and like it's more like a gigantic nonprofit. And if you've read anything about our government in Washington, D.C., and the bright spotlight that's been shined on some of the spending, which they may say is 1%, it probably is 1%. But when you're talking billions of dollars and $100 million and things like that, I'd like that. If that's just 1%,
if you're just, I'll take a percent.
Give it to me. I'll start a Canadian yarn art appreciation NGO and pay myself a salary.
Yeah.
Right.
Behind a 501.
Oh my God. Yeah. And I'm like, that is
That's
a dag. No wonder everybody's making bank up there. It's printing money and sending it to a quote unquote good cause. College athletics is run much like one of those places, to be honest. And I think running it like that serves its purpose. I mean, it's an enterprise that produces a lot of revenue. And I do think maybe we should have a discussion about coaching salaries at some point because they are ridiculously high. And I do think the players deserve some of that, but it's not, your point about a traditional business, with all due respect, is null and void. That's the same kind of mindset that's like outraged that Lamont Paris's buyout is what it is. Well, it's not a traditional business. You wouldn't do that with your business and probably shouldn't, but this is a competitive sports enterprise. and it's not about how much you spend. It's about winning, winning and building your program and competing. And the path to those things is a lot different than running a successful business. If South Carolina athletics were run like a successful business, they would never win. They would never win because nobody else is running it that way, guys and gals. You can't do that. In fact, the desire to run it like a business, I think sometimes has hurt Carolina through the years back in the day.
Yeah.
Just to be honest. So that's why I think that you have media people pushing this notion of employment, which will torpedo. Shane Beamer's right. It will destroy the whole thing, plus take Olympic sports with it. They're going to have to start over with a new plan if that happens. The cost is too much. The way you manage it completely gets even weirder and more candy-wampus than it does now, and all that good stuff. So,
because I think that, I don't know, for me, the one thing that I think that could kind of aid and fix this, that I think a lot of people aren't going to have the stomach for, and that people will cry out as foul, is maybe the NCAA deserves an antitrust exemption. That way it can make autonomous decisions without having to worry about getting its ass handed to it in the court for every little thing they do, which is why they act scared right now, is because anything the NCAA that any of the member institutions don't like, somebody can just run them right into the courtroom.
And it's been ridiculous. You know who House is in the House settlement? A swimmer from Arizona State.
Yeah. Right.
I don't know how good or bad the swimmer was, but I mean, here's your $300.
Right.
That you could have made NIL wise.
Yeah, that you could have gone out there and promoted yourself to the point that where you could have gotten more than that.
And stuff like the the Dartmouth basketball team.
Right.
All right, brother.
I know. Oh, it's like, the Ivies and the Northeastern Conference, leagues that have talked about unionization for years, right? Like, yeah, we should, player unions is the way to go. I'm like, okay, well, that seems real nice and real fun. Now let's go take that to, I don't know, Ohio State University. And see how that's going to fly with state money and the largest institution in the state, that runs. How many programs is Ohio State facilitating? 30 athletics programs. I mean, it's ridiculous. So I don't know. I know, nobody wants to give a monopoly to certain groups and things like that, but it's not going to hurt anybody for the NCAA to be able to make unilateral decisions for its member institutions without having to be dragged into court every time they, hurt somebody's feelings.
Grant House. Okay. So this guy is 26 and now he's talking about his mental health, like cop out. So many people use. I mean, this guy is an Olympic athlete, right? I'm sorry. How much money could you have made? I don't know.
Is he Michael Phelps?
No.
Well, then it wouldn't be all that much, would it? Maybe you shouldn't have been a swimmer. If you were looking to make money from your athleticism, swimming wasn't necessarily the best business decision.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just like, wow. And he says, all right, so, and look, I hate to say this. Usually people who are fundamental, like the chick that with the baton that beat the hell out of the girl.
Oh, I saw that. I didn't read any stories, but yeah, I saw
she's talking about death threats. And look, I have no doubt there are crazy people out there. It's just kind of funny to me. Everybody that does something like this, it's open to any kind of criticism, is the first that they either go death threats or racism most of the time.
Death threats
I'm not downplaying that happens. I'm saying it does happen. I'm just saying I could have told you I would have read this article by Ross Dellinger making House out to be a victim in all this, that he was going to mention the death threats. It's okay. It's okay. Maybe there are a bunch of nut jobs out there that are threatening people. This guy House. Maybe there's people that most college fans I know that are really, they're still trying to catch up with NIL. So I don't know who would have had the motivation. What's the motivation to call up and threaten this guy? I mean, what kind of sick person would do that? So it's
Senator Tuberville.
That's not a bad it's not a bad guess. That's not a bad guess, Phil. Hate to say that. Yeah, so some of you that maybe think I'm just like anti left wing, and I'm to the right on this. The absolute marketers, the absolute free marketer libertarians and Tommy Tuberville, they're caught in my crosshairs too, because Tommy Tuberville, now he says some crazy stuff, dude. I didn't know there was a transgendered sports league, a full teams full of transgender people. That
didn't either.
I'm not getting into that subject.
Nope.
but
not touching that one.
I was like, my God, dude. What? Where? That's not even like on like InfoWars.
Right.
That's not even. That was just like, whoa. Where did you come up with this, dude?
Some
and
really
what
wild
channels are going to be
world
on?
view.
Because
Right. I mean, is that the
I'll watch
Ocho?
it,
Is the
Ocho.
worldwide leader going to pick that up for
pretty
plus?
soon. I mean, it's like, well, this guy's in the bar down south or something. You know, happy hour is not as big of a thing down there as it is up here because most people that drink during the day are playing golf. But a guy at the bar, you know, he's like, hey, you know, pretty soon there's just going to be next year there'll be teams full of them, just full of them. You're like, whoa. Tuberville said that. He's a United States Senator.
I know.
By the way,
scared of that East German team coming back, man.
The East German, old dodgeball, you know, girl with a unibrow. No, by the way, in case you're wondering, I think, yeah, I'm kind of pro women's sports, so that's I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah.
In case you're thinking I'm making fun of the subject, I'm just making fun of Tommy Tuberville. Yeah. So yeah, it's all political, man, and it makes me want to throw up sometimes, these people that don't use any common sense at all. And back to my original point, it's because of what they hear on the deciders are going to look at Twitter. And a Republican congressman from Washington State blasts included the SEC. Big Ten and SEC are ruining, they're making volleyball players fly across country. And so I responded to him on X and I said, the SEC doesn't do that.
No.
I don't know where you get off on that, saying that. I was like, you people.
You people.
I was like, you people need to really start to learn something in the sport that you're supposed to be about college sports before you try to save it. And then I looked up his bio. He's a Washington State fan. So everybody has an agenda, right? He's a big coug. So he's obviously pissed off. His coach walked out the door for Wake Forest. That was a better job than Washington State.
In these times, I know.
And I'm sure he's mad at the SEC because Oklahoma took the quarterback and the. I mean, I said,
well, that and the whole national narrative before the major realignment was it's all the SEC's fault for picking up Texas and Oklahoma, which culturally makes sense.
Why in the world would they've been talking about Texas joining the SEC for 40 years? And the only reason they weren't in the SEC is because Texas did not want to go to the SEC. Nobody recruited them and made them an offer they couldn't refuse. They thought that was in their best interest. They called them up like, hey, I changed my mind. Yeah. And I'm bringing Okie with me. I mean, you know, that don't I mean, the Southeastern Conference didn't sit there and form an alliance and didn't have 100 years worth of a relationship with another league like the Pac-12 and didn't talk them into some very bad ideas like canceling football during COVID and hurt the Rose Bowl and all that other shit. And then, oh, by the way, A2 Brute stick the knife in their back because they want to add 2 schools to Los Angeles when they've already got a team in New York and be bi-coastal.
Yeah, but bi-coastal, top 2 media markets in the country. Like how bad, how much of it would have been Greg Sankey's fault if it were Texas Tech and Okie State?
Nobody said a word.
Nobody to give a damn.
You know, I mean, yeah, too. Oh God, I mean, what? Why do they? You know, the SEC was not even bi-coastal curious, Phil.
Right.
I mean, but I understand he's a Washington State fan. I said, look, man, I understand where you're coming from. Cam, update from Nashville. Ole Miss fans on one side,
Jokers to the right,
Arkansas on another. Man, I sat beside 2 Arkansas fans last year when they were playing Carolina. At least in their 70s. You would not believe the vulgarity coming out of these ladies' mouths.
Yeah.
They're hardcore. I like both those fan bases pretty much. Craig's like, where's the Tylenol? Matt, interesting thing Matt brings up in the chat box just to wrap up here because I know we got to go. Does Kirby contract say he must be the highest paid coach? wants to keep some other coach from getting the same type of contract. I don't know, because it seems like it'd be like that game where you put who can go higher on the bat. You know,
right. Eventually somebody's hand's gonna be on top.
Yeah. And then Krager mentions Tiger Woods. Yeah. That's one of those small things that I'm like upset about for about 10, 15 minutes. And that's legit. I'm sad because I love watching Tiger.
Yeah, I empathetically like feel that, but like you briefly, and then I'm like, okay, well,
it's not something that does my
other
day.
news.
It was like Southwest Airlines saying bags wouldn't fly free anymore. That legit made me sad for about 30 minutes.
Sometimes you hear something that just strikes you deep in the soul,
and you're like, "Are you?" And then you find out activist investors pushed it, and I'm like, these people, my God. I mean, that's like saying, we're not going to sell hamburgers anymore at McDonald's, so we can make more with chicken sandwiches.
Because we see how well chicken's doing in the fast food market.
Doing excellent. We're should get rid of the hamburgers, everybody. It's the whole reason they come here. It'd be like Hardee's not. It'd be like Hardee's not doing breakfast anymore.
Right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
We're done with this breakfast stuff.
Yeah. Biscuits.
The price of eggs.
That's
the price of eggs.
Yeah, the price of eggs. Knowing that they use that pre-processed crap there anyway.
Oh yeah, it comes out of a jug. And at Quincy's it did too. They were owned by the same people. Denny's
out of a carton.
Yeah. All right, Phil, get us out of here, man. We'll be back tomorrow with I don't know what we're going to talk about tomorrow, but we'll talk about something good. We always do.
Oh, yeah. Well, we'll wrap things up on a Friday inside the Gamecocks. We got the morning show tomorrow. Raphael not with us. Keep his family in your thoughts as they're having some medical issues to deal with, so he will not be a part of the show. However, everybody's number 2 now, Coach Stuart Lake will be in to talk some Gamecock baseball ahead of opening the SEC slate. JC and I will be back talking about any and everything. You know how we roll on a freewheeling Friday edition of Inside the Gamecocks, the show. Everybody have a great evening and go Cox.